With their first-round pick in today's draft, the Cubs selected right-handed pitcher, no, not Derek Rose, Andrew Cashner out of TCU with the 19th overall pick. They actually took Cashner last year in the 29th round, so they must really like him. Instead of signing with the Cubs last year, he transferred to Texas Christian, where the 6'6" closer consistently threw between 96 and 98 miles per hour. He had 80 strikeouts in 54 innings.
I know that Wrigley Field's awesome, and I know they're in first place, and Lou Pinella's doing a great job with them. I actually played with a kid from at TCU from Chicago, and he's a huge Cubs fan, and he's really excited I got picked up by the Cubs again. And I'm sure as the week goes on, I'll get a better pitcher. I'm sure after the draft's over with, I'll hear from him again, and I look forward to talking with him and seeing what I'm going to do.
All right, it's time now to go to our former first-rounder. Thrilling day in the life of a high school
you know what,
kid.
Andrews, he's in for a lot of fun. What a terrific day. A lot of stress going through college, you know, not signing out of high school. Be a great day. Hopefully start of a good career.
All right, ignition time on this series opener as Late Night with Dan and Chris continues this week. For that, we turn to the Southpaw for his Lexus keys to the game.
Well, I think we're going to just keep it a little bit simple tonight. I think one of the big keys will be Ryan Dempster. Try to keep his pitch count down. The games that he hasn't pitched particularly well is when he has that inning or two where his pitch count gets to like 20, 25 pitches. I think it's important if the Cubs can get through a couple of days here and give that bullpen a little bit of a break. And the other key I think is going to be big for the two lefties, Fukudome and Edmonds. And Billingsley is a tough pitcher, and he's going to be tough on the right-hander. So hopefully Fukudome and Edmonds, you know, they come up in some situations with men on base. They could be really big in the middle of this lineup.
Okay, the LA Dodgers, there you see Dan's keys. Both Kosuke and Jim Edmonds doing the job on the left-hand side of the plate against Billingsley, and Jim Edmonds as well, as Ryan Dempster looks to repeat his performance from last Memorial Day, a couple of about 10 days ago or so, as he took on Billingsley and was a winner. And this is a chance right now for the Cubs to get off on the right foot once again in this particular series. Again, it's Dempster and Billingsley. This Dodgers offense has, in losing 10 of their last 13, has averaged just 2.5 runs in that stretch, and they've scored just 1 run over the last 2 ball games, and that was on an infield single. So opportunity.
We need to hear that woo-hoo, that big blue train coming.
Running?
That's right.
All right.
Going into Chavez Ravine.
All right, Len and Bob will be here in just a moment to take you through Cubs and Dodgers, the series opener from Chavez Ravine. Enjoy the call of the game. Join Dan and I for Postgame Live afterwards as well.
We greet you from Los Angeles, California. We're at Dodger Stadium for Chicago Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. It is a beautiful night for baseball as the Cubs and the Dodgers open up a 4-game weekend series. Cubs trying to start a new winning streak after their 9-gamer ended last night in San Diego. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs and the Dodgers met up at Wrigley Field last week. The Cubs won all 3 games, and we're going to see a lot of rematches on the mound in this series. And the last time Chad Billingsley faced the Cubs, he met his match in Derek Lee.
Right away in the first inning, a 2-run home run by Derek Lee, and that's all Billingsley has given up recently. In his last 7 starts, he's only given up 2 runs 1 time, and that was it right there, the 2-run homer by Derek Lee.
In that 3-game series, the Cubs only scored 8 times. They did not score more than 3 runs in any of those games, but the Dodgers only scored 1 run each game.
Very closely contested games, 3-1, 3-1, and 2-1. You'd like to call them pitchers' duels. Obviously, the numbers would bear that out.
Cubs have won 9 of their last 10, so they lost last night. The Dodgers have dropped 10 of 13. Now that rematch on the mound, Ryan Dempster got the better of Billingsley the last time around.
Yeah, Dempster's been throwing the ball extremely well all season long, and you see what he did against the Dodgers last time. He was just a little bit better than Billingsley. Billingsley, as we talked about earlier, one of the fine young arms in the National League.
So coming up here from Dodger Stadium, Ryan Dempster looks for his first road win. His 2.08 ERA on the road, very good, but he looks for that first victory.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on any 2008 Chevy Cobalt.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent?
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Hey, boss. This is Bradshaw's phone. He's not answering because he doesn't have AT&T, which means no bars here in Hong Kong. So even though you'd like to tell him the client's name is pronounced Pang Yu Tao, International Hotshot here is about to call one of your best customers, Sho Yu Yen Sanshong. Mr. Stinky Fish Face. Jai Jing, best customer.
For the best coverage, switch to AT&T. More bars in more places.
亂咁講，真係有冇搞錯？
Hey everyone, Chris Bowden, our Comcast Sportsnet studios will get you back to the game in just a moment. But first, a look at some of the stories we're following tonight. With the first pick in today's draft, the Cubs selected right-handed pitcher Andrew Cashner out of TCU again. They took him last year in the 29th round. Today, they selected him with the 19th overall selection. So they must really like him. Instead of signing with the Cubs a year ago, he transferred to Texas Christian, where the 6'6" closer consistently threw 96 to 98 miles an hour, and that included 80 strikeouts over 54 innings.
I know that Wrigley Field's awesome, and I know they're in first place, and Lou Piniella's doing a great job with them. I actually played with a kid from at TCU from Chicago, and he's a huge Cubs fan, and he's really excited I got picked up by the Cubs again. And I'm sure as the week goes on, I'll get a better pitcher. I'm sure after the draft's over with, I'll hear from him again, and I look forward to talking with him and seeing what I'm going to do.
As for the White Sox, they selected shortstop Gordon Beckham with the 8th overall pick in today's draft. The 21-year-old junior from the University of Georgia hit .397 with 19 doubles, 24 homers, 65 runs batted in, and 17 stolen bases this season with the Bulldogs.
Well, obviously, I am extremely excited. You know, it's not every day you get drafted, you know, by a major league club, and it's not every day you get drafted in the first 10 picks. So I'm very excited, and you know, the White Sox, I've heard a lot of great things about the White Sox organization, and it worked out.
In Bulls news, Doug Collins feels he'll know this weekend whether he is returning to become head coach of the Bulls. The Tribune reports John Paxson has given indications that he will recommend his former coach to Jerry Reinsdorf, and while Jerry never usually tells his GM who he should hire as coach, Reinsdorf does have veto power. Sources close to Collins said he's under the impression Reinsdorf is contemplating whether his friendship with Doug could endure his second coaching stint with the Bulls. And that's going to do it for us. Please join Dan Plesac and me following the game for Cubs Postgame Live. Coming up after the break, Len and Bob with the call as the Cubs open a 4-game set with the Dodgers. Enjoy the game, everyone.
Before, during, and after the game, Comcast Sportsnet has Chicago baseball covered this summer, beginning with Pregame Live, lineups, keys to the game, and insider news from the ballpark. And after the game, Postgame Live has reaction from the stadium and in-depth analysis with Belton, Bill Melton, and the quirky left-hander Dan Plesac. Plus, Sportsnet devotes more time to the Cubs and Sox every night of the week. The best coverage of Chicago baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Everybody knows that nothing puts a damper on the right moment like an interruption. The good news is it could wait till later. Because for guys like me with ED, there's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast in as little as 30 minutes for some men and work up to 36 hours. No other ED tablet can do both. Work fast or give us the option of having up to 36 hours to get back to what got interrupted. And Cialis works so that I can respond to Sally only when we're ready. Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away. Why ask your doctor about Cialis? Because when the moment is right, you can be ready.
This summer, don't drive anywhere, don't fly anywhere, but have the time of your life right in your own backyard.
It's the All-Star Summer Vacation Sale, only at The Great Escape. Dine on patio sets starting at $269. Purchase a designer patio set and get a free market umbrella. All brand name hot tubs on sale from $29 a month. Backyard play sets from $6.99. Only at The Great Escape.
Escape your everyday, shop The Great Escape.
Wednesday, get ready for a National League showdown on the north side as Dealey and the Cubs take on hot hitter Chipper Jones and the Atlanta Braves in HD, followed by Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Cubs Braves in HD, Wednesday at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
I'll tell you, TMZ has nothing on us. We had our Comcast Sportsnet chopper searching for Bob Brenly and where he was going to have lunch today. We never did find him, but we know he's here now.
We have a chopper?
Oh, yeah, entertainment chopper whenever we come out to Los Angeles. We're going to end up on all the entertainment shows tonight.
I didn't realize that.
I'm sure we'll have a few celebrities in the house tonight. Cubs and the Dodgers, first of 4. Let's check in quickly on the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Soriano, Terrio, and Lee. Ramirez, Fukudome, and Soto. Jim Edmonds back home. He's from Diamond Bar, California. DeRosa's at second. Dempster, the pitcher, hitting 9th.
Take a look at the Dodgers defensively. Juan Pierre, Matt Kemp, and Andre Ethier across the outfield. DeWitt, Hu, Kent, and Loney across the infield. The fine young catcher Russell Martin behind the plate tonight for the right-hander Chad Billingsley.
He's only 23 years old, and his first pitch of the night is a fastball outside, ball 1. Numbers on Billingsley. He should have a better record with that 3.29 earned run average. Coming back quickly and a swing and a miss.
He should have had a win his last time out against the Mets. He shut him down for 7 innings. He left with a 2-0 lead, only to see the bullpen give it up.
One pitch in on the hands and fouled back. As always, a late arriving crowd tonight here at Dodger Stadium. It is Takashi Saito bobblehead night. The first 50,000 fans in attendance will get that giveaway, but we've got a ways to go before we get up near 50,000. I think a few of the Dodger fans may be watching the NBA Finals tonight on television. Lakers and the Celtics. That's fouled back by Soriano, so he's hanging in. It's a ball and 2 strikes. The Cubs took a bus from San Diego up to Los Angeles last night, about a 2-hour drive. And they'll get settled in for a long weekend of baseball. Another 1-2, and he struck him out. Went upstairs with a fastball, and that's the first out. The umpires brought to you by Kia. In his 10th season, Eric Cooper works home plate. Marty Foster at first. The crew chief is Darryl Cousins at second. And Angel Hernandez is at third.
Let me ask you a question there, partner.
Yes.
If you were a home plate umpire and I told you your strike zone was as big as the world, would that justify throwing me out of the game?
Well, I know that it did in the case of Eric Cooper, but I guess it depends on the context when it was said.
I think it wasn't so much the words that I used. It's the fact that I put my arms over my head and drew the biggest circle I could possibly draw, representing the world, how big his strike zone was.
So no expletives were uttered?
Not until after I got ejected.
Right. Okay. He didn't take it as a compliment.
No, he didn't.
So maybe it was the hand gesture that.
Pretty sure that's what did it. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. And Billingsley has fanned both Soriano and Terrio to start it.
Batting third for the Cubs, first baseman, number 25.
So far, nothing tricky from Billingsley in this game. Just using his fastball in, out, up, down. He got Soriano to chase up out of the zone. That time, maybe a little cut on that fastball away from Ryan Terrio for strike 3.
Now Derek Lee, who hit a sac fly last night, supplying the only run for the Cubs in a 2-1 loss to the Padres, as their 9-game winning streak came to a halt. Low and away on a heater. Perfect weather conditions tonight. Yes, impeccable. 73 degrees, humidity not a concern. I saw in the forecast a 0% chance of rain, and they actually need the rain. Ground ball hit hard. Backhand by DeWitt. Nice play, and he'll throw in time to get Derek. Now the governor here, Arnold Schwarzenegger, has declared a drought in Southern California. Cubs and Dodgers scoreless. Dodgers coming up.
Now more than ever, you want to get the most for your money. Look no further than the well-equipped 2008 Kia Spectra. Fuel efficient, 5-star safety rated, backed by an industry-leading warranty, and it's priced about $2,000 less than a Toyota Corolla XLE. Or to put it another way, a whole year's worth of gas less. The 2008 Kia Spectra. It's money well saved. The 2008 Kia Spectra, starting at just $13,545.
When a major hospital wanted to add on to their benefits package at no direct cost to the company, their very first word was Aflac, Aflac. Find out more at aflacforbusiness.com.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 super roast beefs or 3 beef and cheddars or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a fantastic deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Want a new TV for free? Who doesn't? Buy any TV, any size, June 2nd through June 15th at Grant's Appliances, Electronics, and more, and it could be free. Pat Hughes here from my good friends at Grant's. Your TV could be free if either the Northsiders or the Southsiders win the baseball championship in October. Digital's coming. Don't wait. Buy now at Grant's. Any Sharp, LG, Samsung, Sony, any TV at Grant's could be free June 2nd through Father's Day. Only at Grant's Appliances, Electronics, and more.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hitting off the bottom of the first for the Dodgers.
Big welcome to the men and women serving around the world and watching on the Armed Forces Network tonight. Let's check out the Dodger lineup. They've dropped 10 of 13. Former Cub Juan Pierre starts it. He's hit 7 straight. Kemp, Ethier, and Jeff Kent, 2 through 4. Russell Martin has struggled a bit lately, 0 for his last 12. Loney, DeWitt, Chin Lung Hu at short. Rafael Furcal on the DL, and Chad Billingsley, the pitcher, bats 9th.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defensively. Brought to you by Rico, Soriano, Edmonds, and Fukudome across the outfield tonight. Ramirez, Terrio, DeRosa, Lee once again across the infield. Talked about the fine young catcher Russell Martin for the Dodgers. The Cubs have a fine young catcher of their own, Giovanni Soto. He'll be receiving the pitches from Ryan Dempster tonight. Got to the ballpark today and saw Giovanni Soto and Russell Martin, the two catchers, talking behind the batting cage well before batting practice started. I just wonder what they were comparing notes about. Two guys that figure to be catching a lot of all-star games over the near future.
Dempster's 2-1 pitch hit right at Derek Lee on the ground. He'll step on first. And Pierre is gone. Comcast cable customers tuned to Mojo for Comcast Sportsnet Plus games in HD. That's channel 174 in the Chicagoland area, channel 947 In Central Illinois, DirecTV customers tune to channel 668-1. All Comcast Sportsnet Plus Cubs and White Sox games are in high definition on Comcast Cable and DirecTV. Well, the Cubs' lead in the Central is down to 2.5 after the Cardinals won earlier today behind Todd Wellemeyer in the first game of a day-night doubleheader at Washington. They won 4-1. Wellemeyer is now 7-1 with a 2.93 earned run average. That's a strike just below the belt. 0-2 on Matt Kemp, who was supposed to start a 4-game suspension tonight for an altercation with Yorvik Torrealba of the Colorado Rockies a couple of nights ago, but he is appealing. In game 2, Bob, the Cardinals were down 7-0 early. They stormed back. They eventually tied it in the 9th. They have now taken a 9-8 lead in the 10th. So they're looking to sweep that doubleheader, and we'll update the standings for you the minute that game goes final. Torrealba was given a 3-game suspension. Kemp got 4. That's over the bag, and it's fair. Long throw. Got him. No argument whatsoever from Kemp. And Mariano Duncan, the first base coach, I thought they might argue a little bit. It was very close. Nice throw by Aramis.
Long throw by Aramis into foul territory. Took a little while to gather himself and fire that ball across the infield just in time to get Kemp over there.
Yeah, he got him. It was a good call.
He's a couple or 3 steps into foul territory, well behind the bag at third. That's about as long a throw as you'll ever see a third baseman make right there.
Nice call by Marty Foster off the inside corner to Andre Ethier, who's 4 for 8 with a double and a homer against Ryan Dempster. Ryan with 7 wins. They have all come at Wrigley Field. He's 0-2 on the road, but he has a 2.08 earned run average in 4 starts, so he's pitched well enough to win. Called strike. 1-1. And if he can just do what Ted Lilly did last night, in fact, if every Cubs starter the rest of the way could do that, this team is probably going to win over 100 games. He was really good and unfortunately took the loss. Nice diving stop. Mark DeRosa throws. Ethier's out. We've seen some really good defense. Ramirez and DeRosa. DeWitt on the other end for the Dodgers in the first. 0-0.
Your love for car has never been more real. Introducing the first ever Pontiac G8 GT, the most powerful car under 30 grand.
Tomorrow, are you going to the beach?
No.
Are you going to the mall?
No.
Or are you going to see the Zohan?
So let's go.
You don't mess with the Zohan.
This is unbelievable.
Rated PG-13.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
How did you fellers get way out here?
The all-new Terex 4x4, 750 cc's of get up and go. Get going now with great deals and low payments on all new Kawasaki vehicles.
Time now for our Coors Light freeze cam. We've got to the bottom of the balk call last night on Ted Lilly. Don't watch Lilly, but Derek Lee instead. Greg Maddux squaring the bunt. The first baseman, Bob, has to be on the bag to accept a pickoff throw. And you see he's a few feet off the base. That's why the balk was called. It had nothing to do with what Ted Lilly did.
And I think if Derek Lee had received the throw from Ted Lilly and made an attempt to reach back toward the base, they probably would not have called a balk. But the bottom line is Ted Lilly himself said we've done that several times this year and it's never been called before. But I guess according to the strict letter of the law, Derek Lee has to be making a play on that runner on a pickoff attempt. If he's not, it's a balk.
Big swing by Aramis as we begin the second. Well, the Nationals scored twice in the bottom of the 10th and beat the Cardinals 10-9. That helps out the Cubs. So a split in that day-night doubleheader. So the Cubs lead is back to 3.
Well, it's a tough way to lose that second game of the doubleheader. As you mentioned, they were down big. Ward back to tie the ball game up late, but came away empty in the second game.
Here's the 1-2 to Ramirez, high in the air the other way. And it'll be gloved by Andre Ethier. 4 up, 4 down for Billingsley. Hot off the presses is the Cardinals, now 36-26. Milwaukee playing good baseball. They just completed, I believe it was an 8-1 homestand. The Astros also a game over 500. Two teams at the bottom are under 500. Pittsburgh beat Houston 4-3 today. Paul Maholm over Brandon Backey. The Reds were shut out at Philadelphia 5-0. One and one on Kosuke Fukudome. So like we said last week, got a lot of experience in the dugouts. Lou Piniella and Joe Torre. There's a deep drive to right by Kosuke. Did he get enough of this? He did. That's his first road home run in the big leagues. And he gives the Cubs the early lead. Good timing. Lou was asked about the home road splits for Kosuke. He really didn't have an explanation. He's been a lot better at Wrigley Field, but that is nice to see. 1-0 Cubs.
Boy, it didn't even sound like he got all of that ball. Made a funny noise coming off the bat, but got tremendous carry out there to straightaway right field. Our Belvedere home run replay. Kosuke Fukudome putting the Cubs on the board. When you definitely want to hit those early in the ball game, because as the sun goes down and it cools off here at Dodger Stadium, you're not going to see the ball carry quite as well as that one did off the bat of Kosuke.
So his 4th home run of the season. And for the Cubs, they're 67th. Way outside on Soto. Well, a big week for Kosuke on a personal level. His wife and son have now joined him here in the States for the next couple of months. He hadn't seen them prior to meeting up with them in San Diego since the start of spring training. Well, not too many teams have gotten to Billingsley lately, as you alluded to.
Now, 6 of his last 7 starts, he's either given up 0 or 1 run. In the one game he gave up more than 1 was the 2-run homer by Derek Lee on Memorial Day.
Swing and the miss. Billingsley strikes out Soto.
Good sharp breaking ball here. You can see that index finger kind of spiked up on top of the baseball. Allows him to get that over the top rotation. The breaking ball going straight down as it got into the hitting zone.
I mentioned the first road home run for Kosuke He came in hitting .377 at home, .207 on the road, and Bob's slugging .272 in the road uniform. That is minuscule. .553 is slugging percentage at home. That's an enormous split. So really good to see him leave the yard here tonight. Two strikes on Jim Edmonds from Diamond Bar, California. That is southeast of here, not too far from Anaheim. Oh for 8 against Billingsley with 2 walks and 3 strikeouts. That's too low. 2-2 the count.
Kind of an odd defensive alignment here. Juan Pierre is playing way over toward the line in left field, leaving a big gap in left center as well as a big gap in right center. It's based on the spray charts that they have on Jim Edmonds over the course of his career.
Socked into right for a base hit.
Now batting, second baseman, number 7, DeRosa.
Middle zone fastball right there out of that wide 2-strike approach that he's been using so effectively recently. Just eliminated his stride completely. Just a little rock back onto his back leg and then a weight transfer out to the front. Allows him to wait a lot longer on the baseball.
The pitch to DeRosa. Caught the outside edge. Elijah Dukes with a 2-run homer to center. That was the winner for the Nationals in game 2. It was off Ryan Franklin. Hit foul by Mark. That came after a Joe Mather home run in the top of the inning.
Joe Mather in that game. We got Chad Billingsley in this one. Sounds like an episode of Leave It to Beaver.
I was going to say, I saw Jay Mather. I thought it was Jerry Mathers.
Oh, Barbara Billingsley.
Barbara Billingsley. Yeah, I thought of that when we were in Chicago. I didn't find a way to work it into the broadcast, but you did tonight. Was Eleanor Donahue on that show?
You got me there.
She played Kitty. Hugh Beaumont played the dad. I mean, this is stuff that we probably shouldn't have in our brains after all these years. But
I'm surprised it's still in there.
1-2, got him. It's the 4th strikeout for Billingsley, but with 1 out in the inning, he gave up a home run to Kosuke Fukudome, and the Cubs have the early advantage. It is 1-0.
Here we can see that the structure of price variance is going to shift unilaterally according to daily expenditures and profit margins. And here on slide 88 or 250, we have a contribution margin.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 15 daily one-stop and connecting flights from Chicago Midway to Dallas Love Field, so you can always catch a later flight. And you can count on us to get you there with our convenient flights and on-time service.
You're now free to be more productive.
Hey, yeah, there's this ATM surcharge rebate thingy on my statement.
Oh, that's a rebate for ATM fees charged to you by other banks.
What?
Well, we just don't think you should have to pay to get your own money.
You don't?
Nope. That's why we rebate ATM fees on your lead checking account, no matter whose ATM you use.
I'm gonna need a second, Gene. So I don't have to pay to get my own money. It's amazing.
So far ahead, its dual-panel moonroof brings light to everyone. It sees traffic in real time and controls your music seamlessly with your iPod. So far ahead, the rest of the world will have to catch up. Introducing the future of the crossover. Here, now. The all-new 2009 Nissan Murano. With an IIHS top safety pick and a government 5-star rating for side impact crash safety.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Ryan Dempster with a 1-0 lead as he faces Kent, Martin, and Loney. Jeff Kent had some back issues last week, did not play in the final 2 games of that series. And he hits a fly ball out into right center, and it'll be caught by Fukudome. 1 pitch and 1 out. Cub fans still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year. Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out StubHub at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Now Russell Martin. They have the loudest public address system in the world, borrowing a phrase, I guess.
In the world.
Here at Dodger Stadium. They want everybody in Southern California to know who's batting.
I wonder if I could plug my iPod into that.
Yeah. Don't you have something like that in your trunk?
Right next to the hydraulics, yeah.
There's a strike, 2-1. Martin is 0 for his last 12. We got an email. Peter Billingsley played Ralphie in A Christmas Story, so adding to our list of Billingsleys. As Russell Martin takes ball 4. The first base runner tonight for the Dodgers. James Loney, the first baseman, will bat. 5 homers. He's knocked in 32.
Number 7, James Loney.
38th walk on the season for Russell Martin against only 30 strikeouts in 200 at-bats coming into play tonight. Good eye to go along with real good hand-eye coordination at the plate.
Right down the middle on a heater. Night game tomorrow night. Early afternoon start here on Saturday, and then a 5:05 local start just after 7 o'clock Chicago time on Sunday, and then the Cubs will be off Monday before starting a 3-game set against Atlanta. Derek stepped on first base, and the throw hit Martin. Brian Terrios saying that Martin stuck his elbow out, but that's not going to help. It'll be an error on Lee, and he said the same thing. So you have 2 Cubs. I think that's corroborating evidence. Is that what they call it? You had 2 Cubs say the exact same thing, that Martin stuck his elbow out to get in the way of that throw. Now the only thing about it is, how did he see that it was coming?
He watches the eyes of that middle infielder. That's what a runner's taught to do when the play is made behind you, like it was right there. It's a tag play at second base, and you just try to read the body language and even the eyes of that middle infielder as he comes in there to take the throw from the first baseman. And that time Martin able to deflect that ball out into left field and advance all the way to third.
Well, it wasn't a deflector shield slider, but just a deflector shield play.
Yeah, and it wasn't blatant. I think if he had really swung his arm up in the air, they might have gotten a call. The Cubs might have gotten the call, but it was very subtle the way he lifted that chicken wing up there and deflected that ball.
Blake DeWitt with a 1-1 count. He's playing third base. Runner at third, 2 outs.
Nice try.
Popped him up off of third, but no chance for Aramis.
Well, they've really taken a lot of the foul ground out of Dodger Stadium with a lot of the new seats they've added down the right and left field line. This used to be an extremely pitcher-friendly ballpark because of the enormous amount of foul territory and the fact that the ball didn't carry well at night. But they've taken some of that pitcher's advantage away with all the new seats down both lines.
Really close. 2-2. And they will continue renovations here through 2012, but a lot of it's going to be outside the ballpark out in center. I'm going to spend about $500 million. That's a fair ball. Lead to Dempster to get out of the inning. A one-out walk in an hour later, but no damage done. It's still 1-0 Cubs after 2 from LA.
We have a code blue.
Code what?
Code blue?
Code blue. Code blue.
Divide by the total sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code blue? Code blue.
The cold activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Oh, what?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Right now, Menards has Owens Corning Duration Shingles on sale. They feature Sure-Nail technology for faster installation and 110-mile-per-hour wind warranty. Only $17.99 per bundle. Plus, get free delivery with qualifying purchase. Give your home a distinctive new look inside and out with cast natural stone. There are 14 styles to choose from, all on sale, only $4.99 per square foot. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till 2009 with your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
At Infinity, we believe acceleration should feel less like a quick burst of speed and more like a limitless force of nature. The 306 horsepower G from Infinity. Lease an Infinity G sedan for $349 a month for 24 months.
Hey, Cub fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel $9.99, then look for Comcast Sportsnet and watch Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs games on demand, not available in all areas. And our TV Land trivia was a little off. Eleanor Donahue was on Father Knows Best and not Leave It to Beaver. And she would later appear on the Andy Griffith Show.
Not only the title of the show, but words to live by.
One strike on Dempster. Way outside.
Little stumble there on the follow through by Billingsley. Pulled that pitch way out of the strike zone.
Well, Ryan came up with a huge hit in his last start as he pops it up. And again, a ball that might have been caught a few years ago, but not now with those extra seeds. Had an RBI double to center in the second inning in that game against the Rockies in his last outing. And it was his first extra base hit since 2002. It was with 2 outs, and it set up Alfonso Soriano's go-ahead 2-run homer, and the Cubs would not trail again.
Oh, and he just broke his lucky bat. You think he even knows the difference? They could hand him anybody's bat in that dugout, and he wouldn't know.
I think pitchers feel more like hitters when they break their bat. Pop foul out of play. Still 1-2. Here's the next one. Got him looking. 5 strikeouts to the first 9 hitters for Billingsley. Back to the top in Alfonso Soriano. A young Stevie Nicks look-alike. There are either lots of celebrities here or people who look like celebrities. That's usually the case at Dodger Stadium.
Well, it's an official game now. Normally you have to play 5 innings in the major leagues to call it an official game, but once the first beach ball is bounced around the stands, it's considered an official game here in LA.
Ripped into left. Pierre will go get it. Well, Soriano continues to have success against the Dodgers. He came in a .375 hitter versus this team. And a lot of Cubs over 300 against the Dodgers.
Boy, Fonzie quick inside, getting to a lot of those pitches that he was struggling with when he initially came off the disabled list. His bat was just a little bit slow, but that's not the case anymore. Lightning quick on inside fastballs.
The all-time series between these two teams going back to 1890 is tied. Each franchise with 1,010 victories. Since Dodger Stadium opened in 1962, the Cubs have gone 30 games under 500 here. 117 and 147. Ball 1 on Ryan Theriot. And what a difference a year makes. You go back to last year. We sit here on June 5th, but you go back to June 3rd of 07. The Cubs were 22 and 31. They were 7.5 out in the division. Since then, they've gone 101 and 68. That's the best record in the major leagues. Base hit right field. Soriano will stop at second. Two on for Derek, who grounded out his first time.
Just automatic. That inside out swing, lead with the hands. The barrel of the bat drags behind, hit the ball off the sweet spot and line it into right field. It almost looks like he can do that whenever he wants, especially on a high fastball. He just tomahawks that pitch into right field.
So 4 hits now for the Cubs off Billingsley. Swinging strike on Lee. Billingsley listed at 6'1", 245 pounds. Pretty thick in the middle, but he doesn't have anything on Jonathan Broxton. He tips the scales at 290. Now 2-1. Tomorrow night, Sean Gallagher and Hiroki Kuroda. Saturday afternoon, Carlos Zambrano and Derek Lowe. And then Sunday night, Jason Marquis, Brad Penny. Lou was asked about the rematches from last week. Does it benefit the hitter or the pitcher? Cubs are seeing the same starters, so the Dodgers as well. And he said probably the hitter. They normally say the more a hitter can see a pitcher, it gives him a little bit of the advantage. And there's ball 4, and the bases are loaded with Aramis coming up. Would you generally agree with that?
Yes, generally I would tend to agree with that, unless you have a pitcher like Billingsley who has 4 quality pitches. A good fastball, good curve, good slider, good changeup. You look back at the charts the last time he pitched against the Cubs, I'm sure there are a few things that he could change, pitch in a little different sequence, maybe come inside when he went away last time, but basically it's the same 4 pitches they saw on Memorial Day. So in that respect, I always give a slight edge to the hitter the second time around.
Well, the advantage right now is to Ramirez. Backhanded play, long throw to first. They get the out there. Aramis will get an RBI. Heck of a play by Chin-Lung Hu just to get an out. 2 down in the inning, and it's now 2-0 Cubs. Ramirez knocking in his 41st of the year, and Lou's going to come out and argue this call at first base.
Well, I bet he's going to ask if Loney was on the bag. It looked like he cheated off just a little bit. A long throw from Hu deep in the hole at shortstop on the move. Tough to tell from that angle. The ball definitely beat Ramirez to first base if Loney kept his foot on the bag. We'll get a better view from this angle. He kept it on there just long enough. Well, that's a heck of a play by the Dodgers shortstop, making that off-balance throw on the run back across his body and able to get enough on it to get it across the infield for the out.
We've seen some very good glove work from both teams. They're going to walk Kosuke and go after Soto.
Just kind of awkward the way he came off after receiving the throw. That piqued Lou's interest to come out there and at least ask. I'll tell you, talk about throwing some leather around, and Dodger shortstops better not lose their gloves, because they certainly haven't been doing much with the bat. I believe I saw a stat, 0 for their last 37.
It has been a struggle, and they really have missed Rafael Furcal. Furcal was hitting .366 when he went on the DL. He has some lower back problems. Andrew Jones going to be out a while. He had right knee surgery. They're loaded with 2 gone for Soto. Swing and a miss. And in theory, Bob, you could say they do miss Andrew Jones, but not the way he was going. He was hitting just 165 when they shut him down. Foul ball right near home plate.
Ooh.
Now, if it's over the plate, it's fair, but it was quickly called foul by Eric Cooper.
Yeah, because home plate itself is in fair territory. If that ball was directly above home plate when Russell Martin made the play, that should have been a fair ball. We'll get another look at it from this angle. Well, he's right there on top of it. He has a much better view than we do.
I mean, basically, you're guessing. You're taking your best guess. Trying to draw a vertical line down from the ball to the plate, and he thought it was foul. It doesn't matter, a swing and a miss as Soto strikes out, so they leave him loaded. They do get a run on the Ramirez ground ball. It's 2-0.
This is the story of a single piece of wood, separated and taken to different places, where each piece is shaped, honed, and polished, only to be sent back to end the way they began, as one perfectly matched piece. Visit your Lexus dealer today for an exclusive look at how nothing else is built like a Lexus ES. Lease the 2008 ES for $389 a month for 36 months with $34.89 due at signing.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love. It's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's It's la 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 love and I want you. I want you every single day and I need you. I need you every single way and it's love. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 love. It's love. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 love. It's love too. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 la. It's love too. La 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 la. It's love too. La 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 la. It's love.
Wednesday, get ready for a National League showdown on the north side as Dean Lee and the Cubs take on hot hitter Chipper Jones and the Atlanta Braves in HD, followed by Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Cubs Braves in HD, Wednesday at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Watch the Cubs take on the Braves Tuesday, June 10th at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Billy Williams number 26 Cubs cap, compliments of Gatorade.
Billy was looking good today down in Florida. I watched the first round of that amateur draft, and Chuck Wasserstrom and Billy Williams representing the Cubs.
We have information on the Cubs' first round pick. We'll get that to you here in a second. Chin-Lung Hu leading it off. 1 ball, no strikes. Andrew Cashner, a right-handed pitcher taken out of Texas Christian University. So the 19th overall pick. It's the second year in a row the Cubs actually drafted Cashner. They took him in the 29th round last year out of junior college. And he ended up getting a lot more money, or will, as a first round pick than he would have in the 29th round. Just completed his junior season. 6'6", 180, so tall and lanky. And you have a personal scouting report on him.
Yeah, TCU played against my son's school, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. So I called Michael today and said, "Do you remember facing him?" "Yeah, Dad, he throws real hard." Fastball sits in the low to mid 90s, occasionally touching the upper 90s with a real good slider. And that body you mentioned, what'd you say, 6'6", 190, 180? That's what scouts like to call a projectable body, because you figure as he matures and gets older, you get him on a weight program. As he gets into professional baseball, starts eating a little better, stays away from the fast food a little bit, and next thing you know, you've got a 6'6", 230-pound flamethrower.
Also, prior to the draft today, the Cubs chose Walt Owens in the ceremonial Negro Leagues draft held by MLB. Owens is 74. He pitched and played the outfield for the Detroit Stars. 1953 to 55. Dempster strikes out Who. That's his first of the night. At the time, Owens was attending Western Michigan University. He lives in Chicago and later was the baseball coach at Northern Illinois. Won 133 games, the third most in school history. So great to see Major League Baseball honoring those great stars from years past. And those players who were not allowed to play in the majors before Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in 1947. Billingsley bounces. Dempster bounced off the mound. And 2 down. Back to the top, and Juan Pierre, who after making it out in the first is now 5 for 10 versus Ryan. At some point, Matt Kemp is going to serve some sort of suspension, and depending on the roster situation, Juan Pierre could get a little time at his familiar position in center, but for the most part this year, he's been a left fielder.
.903 at bats without a home run.
Makes me a little nervous.
That's safe. That's safe. Inside the park, maybe, but
right. Corey Hart hit one yesterday for Milwaukee. Seen a few of those this year, including one from Giovanni Soto in Houston. Not going to be a home run this time. Terrio knows he has to hurry, and he gets Juan Pierre. Through 3, Ryan Dempster cruising along. He has not allowed a hit. 2-0 Cubs.
Need a lift?
Yeah.
Hop in.
Chevy Silverado offers 315 horsepower and the best V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. Better than Toyota, better than Ford.
You too? Get in.
Just announced, qualified buyers get 0% APR financing for 60 months on any 08 Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy Silverado. This is our truck. See your local Chevy dealer or go to ChevyDealer.com.
Imagine changing a child's life with something as simple as an oil change. Get the Midas Touch Maintenance Package by June 28th, and Midas will donate $5 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Thanks, everybody.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
You never know who's going to drop by Chicago Tribune Live. Weekly visits from Nick Swisher.
I've got the CSN facing y'all too. I got this thing locked in.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Bottom 3 for the Cubs in the 4th inning. They lead 2-0. They swept the Dodgers last week at Wrigley Field. Best record in baseball, 38-22. 9-game winning streak ended last night. It came in 12-14 on the road. And Lou, I think, feeling a lot better about things just because of the start last night by Ted Lilly. You never want to lose, but if you are, as Lou said, if you are going to lose, it's best to do it getting a good quality start from your starting pitcher. Didn't have to waste the bullpen. Fouled away to the left. Only 2 outs were recorded by a reliever last night. Those outs were recorded by Marmol. It was the first quality start since Carlos Zambrano against the Dodgers on May 28th. There was a 6-game drought in terms of quality starts. Cubs relievers had gone at least 3 1/3 in 6 straight before last night. So that's a big breather for everybody. And now you play 4 in a row, and then you have the off day Monday.
Yeah, not only did Ted Lilly pitch a good ball game, give that bullpen a much needed night off, but Ted Lilly looked like Ted Lilly of old last night. He had his good fastball going, was spotting it on both sides of the plate. Good ballpark for him to pitch in. Very pitcher friendly yard there at Petco Park, and he pitched well enough to win.
And you really like how he settled down after giving up a leadoff home run in the first. That was not a good start, but it was not indicative of how he pitched the rest of the way. Edmonds strikes out. Tell you, Bob, if the Cubs can put a ball in play, they're okay. The problem is they've struck out 7 times. They've given themselves a chance by making contact. Good things have happened.
Boy, Billingsley really gets on top of that fastball. Pitching coaches call it throwing down the hill. Really takes advantage of his height and his arm extension up over his head and gets that fastball going on a severe downward plane.
When the Cubs have put a ball in play tonight, they've made 3 outs and they have 4 hits. And one of the 3 outs knocked in a run. He has 7 strikeouts. High deep drive to right off the bat of Mark DeRosa. And that will go! A home run! 3-0. His 7th. How about DeRosa going oppo? He hit one to center the other night in San Diego.
Well, that's when he's at his best. When he's driving that ball to center field, right center, and straightaway right. That's when DeRosa is locked in at the plate. Our Belvedere home run replay. The second one of the ball game. Kosuke Fukudome with a solo shot in the second. Now Mark DeRosa with a solo shot.
And the Dodger fans mimicking the Wrigley Field bleacherites as the ball ended up back on the field. So DeRosa with his 55th career home run. His second here at Dodger Stadium.
That makes me jealous.
You came close a couple times, right?
Yeah, this is the only ballpark in the National League. Of course, back when I played. Oh, look at this.
That's drilled deep to left center by Dempster. Hits the warning track. He's going to make the turn around second. He's going to hold there with a double. He has found that extra base power his last two starts. That was very similar to the one his last time around.
I was very nearly jealous of Ryan Dempster, too. This is the only ballpark I did not hit a home run in my career. Dempster making a bid. Well, he got every bit of that ball. Short hops it against the wall out there in left center over the head of Kemp. He had thoughts about three, but wisely stopped at second base.
That would have been a home run in batting practice. They had a temporary fence set up so some fans could actually go onto the field during BP.
And see what it feels like to get hit with a batted ball 400 feet from home plate.
So Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach, is out to chat with Billingsley. Cubs already leading 3-0. And while we have a moment, let's get to our Aflac trivia question. Who was selected first overall in Major League Baseball's first ever amateur draft in 1965? It's a great question tonight, first day of the draft. Got to give Ryan Dempster a lot of credit. We've seen him take a few hacks over the last couple of years as a short reliever, and they were not pretty. And when he started this season, it wasn't all that pretty, but he's gotten a lot better. We've seen Ted Lilly come up big, and you know, Cubs special assistant Ivan DeJesus works very closely with the pitchers on their hitting. They're bunting. Ryan has already laid down 8 sacrifices. We know about Zambrano having a great year at the plate. Jason Marquis can hit. It's been good to see.
And Ted Lilly has shown marked improvement in swinging the bat as well. Yeah, it's not surprising Dempster got better. I mean, for those of you who don't know, the starting pitchers hit every day at home at Wrigley Field. They come out early. Theirs is the very first round of batting practice. Larry Rothschild usually throws to the starting pitchers. But on the road, only the guy who's starting that night gets to take batting practice with the team. But just getting the hacks that Ryan Dempster has had at home this year, and on days he starts on the road, practice makes near perfect. He's getting better.
Time for the Menards Big Lumber stat. Soriano hitting .360 since May 6th. Fouled away. Through June 3rd of last year, he had 7 home runs and 17 RBIs. He would end up hitting 33 on the year. So he's given himself a pretty good head start. But remember, he had a huge month of September. Swing and a miss. Soriano fans. 2 outs in the inning as Billingsley's averaging 2 strikeouts per frame.
Shortstop number 2, Ryan Terrio.
Really took a lot off that breaking ball, kept it on the outside part of the plate. Probably was never in the strike zone, but looked like a good pitch when it left his hand.
The whole Soriano as the leadoff hitter debate has died down considerably. The Cubs continue to lead the majors in runs, and he's getting his RBIs. He is right near the team lead. Alfonso with 39 on the year. Ramirez now with 41. Lee has 39. So does Soto. And I think that's a byproduct of your 8-hitter hitting 295. And the pitchers also getting on base.
Well, we talked about it when it was the topic of conversation. Really, you're only guaranteed to lead off the inning one time in a ball game, and that's the first inning. After that, you may come up with the bases loaded.
That's a base hit. Dempster will come around and score. The ball snaking through the thick grass out there in the outfield. And Terrio has an RBI, his 16th, 4-0.
Terrio waiting on that hanging curveball, lines it right back up the middle of the field. Well, you brought up a good point about that ball snaking through the outfield. Because of the way they mow the grass at major league ballparks, that ball doesn't roll in a straight line. It always kind of zigs and zags back and forth depending on which way the grass is laying. That would make golf interesting if they mowed greens like that.
It might help me. Good to see the Cubs offense come right back after a very quiet night last night.
Boy, just another example of how goofy this game can be sometimes. I mean, if you put Greg Maddux and Chad Billingsley in a bullpen somewhere and just had them throw a side session, which one do you think the scouts would say had better stuff? Well, there's no question Billingsley's got a better fastball, his curveball sharp. But Maddux dazzled the Cubs last night.
Well, and the thing is, Billingsley has 8 strikeouts, so he's missing a lot of bats. But when, again, the Cubs make contact, like they did in this inning, 3 times they came up with hits. DeRosa with a home run, later Terrio with an RBI hit, and it's now 4-zip.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Why is the Toyota Tundra Motor Trend's 2008 Truck of the Year? Because Tundras. Why is Tundra the full-size pickup that's easy on your budget? Because Tundras. And it's built by Toyota, the leader in fuel efficiency. Want one? Toyota Tundra. Find out more at whytundra.com.
Center fielder, number 27, Matt Kemp.
Time now to answer our Aflac trivia question. The draft began in 1965, the amateur draft. Who was the first pick? He's in the house. Former Dodger, former Cub, Rick Monday was taken with the top pick by the Kansas City A's. Drafted by Kansas City in '65, traded to the Cubs for Ken Holtzman. after the 71 season. And then before the 77 campaign, he was involved in a deal that also included Ivan de Jesus and Bill Buckner. Bottom of the 4th inning, 4-0 the score as Matt Kemp hits it foul. Well, Kemp got into it with Jorvi Torrealba a couple of nights ago, and the Rays and the Red Sox really went at it tonight in Boston as Edmonds will cruise over into the alley and make the catch. This one happened pretty quickly, didn't it?
It started innocently enough, just a pitch in the dirt for strike 3. They got a little tangled up there, and Kemp with a push, and Torrealba said, "Here's the baseball." Stuck it right in his throat. He rolled around out there on the infield. Didn't appear that any damage was really done, as is usually the case with baseball brawls, but suspensions were handed out. Torrealba 3 games, Kemp 4 games, both players appealing.
Hit foul by Ethier. Now the one tonight, that one that we just saw was basically 2 guys got into it and everybody else just trying to essentially be a peacemaker. But the one tonight went back to last night. Coco Crisp got into it with the Rays. I didn't see the first play, but I think there was some contact made at second base as he slid in. And then later he slid really late on a stolen base attempt, and Joe Madden, the Rays manager, started screaming at Crisp into their dugout. And I was watching the rebroadcast last night, the national telecast, and Rick Sutcliffe basically said, "Coco, that's on you, and you're probably going to get drilled tomorrow." And Sut was right. James Shields in the 1st inning nailed Crisp, who charged the mound. They both threw haymakers that missed, and Crisp was on the bottom of the pile. Looked like there were 2 or 3 Rays that were really pounding him. It was an old-fashioned bench clearing brawl. There were some bruises on faces after that one.
And if that's not enough, later in that same ball game, Kevin Youkilis and Manny Ramirez got into it in their own dugout.
Kosuke will have to chase this one down. In fact, it's going to bounce out for a double. That's the first hit for the Dodgers. Ethier with an automatic double.
Well, Ethier was the guy that was swinging the hot bat in that series back at Wrigley Field for the Dodgers. The one guy you definitely didn't want to let beat you. And he gets the first knock of the game here tonight for the Dodgers. Very short wall out there in right field. That area where the ball bounced out of play. Same thing down in the left field corner. Doesn't take much to bounce one out of here if you can hit it on that dirt warning track, either in the left field corner or the right field corner.
Now Kent with a man in scoring position. Only the second base runner the Dodgers have had. The Red Sox did win that game 7-1. And now have a 1.5 game lead over the Rays in the American League East. High fly, not deep. Kosuke the catch. Ethier back to second. Big comeback by the Yankees to beat the Blue Jays 9-8. They were down 7-2 in that ball game. And they trailed 8-6 going to the bottom of the 9th. Game-ending home run by Jason Giambi as a pinch hitter. So the Yankees are back to 500 at 30-30. Good slider, swing and a miss. And the home run by Giambi was on an 0-2 pitch.
Ooh.
And that pitch was thrown by B.J. Ryan. One on the way. 2 balls and a strike. couple of Canadian-born major leaguers, Ryan Dempster and Russell Martin. I'm looking forward to the next road trip. We're going to Toronto. Cubs will play at Sky Dome. You can take a little trip down memory lane as a former member of the Blue Jays. I hear it's a great city. I've been there once, but I was too young to remember. Blue Jays are 2 games over 500. We'll then go to Cooperstown for the Hall of Fame game, and then on to Tampa Bay. That'll be fun. Cubs and the Rays, 2 of the best teams in baseball. DeRosa throws out Martin, and Ryan Dempster maintains the 4-0 lead after 4.
So far ahead, its dual-panel moonroof brings light to everyone. It sees traffic in real time and controls your music seamlessly with your iPod. So far ahead, the rest of the world will have to catch up. Introducing the future of the crossover, here, now. The all-new 2009 Nissan Murano, with an IIHS top safety pick and a government 5-star rating for side impact crash safety.
There are people out there who have power. They can change history. It's up to people like me to stop them.
Welcome to the wall.
From the director of The Bourne Identity and Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Only God should have this power.
Jump into action with Jumper on DVD and Blu-ray High Def Tuesday.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
You should go.
Ready to vent?
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work, and by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
Wednesday, June 11th is 7-11 day at Wrigley Field as the Cubs battle the Braves at 7:05. Throughout the game, great prizes will be awarded to lucky fans and random seats. Compliments of 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven. Offense back to work. It's been all or nothing for Chad Billingsley, who has struck out 8 through the first 4, but has given up 4 runs. Check swing, no swing. And we want to welcome those viewers who just watched the White Sox sweep the Kansas City Royals 6-2 the final. Bob Brenly, Len Casper, and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from Dodger Stadium. The Cubs with 4 early runs, and Ryan Dempster's given up just 1 hit through the first 4. Home runs tonight from Fukudome and DeRosa. There's a caught, I think. Gonna say a base hit, but the ball stayed in the air and Kemp went down to get it. Nice catch by Matt Kemp. Ramirez is out.
Talked about how the ball doesn't carry as well here at night. This is kind of an unusual night here at Dodger Stadium. We haven't felt that chill that you normally get when the sun goes down. Unfortunately, that time that line drive carried a little too far. Nice running, diving catch by Matt Kemp.
home run his first at bat. Then Kosuke was intentionally walked in the third inning. Good to see Cubs fans here at Dodger Stadium. A little harder to tell when you look out because both teams' fans are wearing blue.
Well, the Dodger fans have about another 2 innings before they'll have to get out of here and head for home. Then it'll be mostly Cub fans at the end of the ball game.
Kemp with another chance. This one much easier.
You know why they do that, right? They set the timer on their hot tub, and 6th, 7th inning rolls around. You got to get out of here. The tub's coming on.
Soto's struck out twice. Well, again, the bottom hand came off the bat. That's a pretty normal occurrence here for Gio.
You know, and sometimes he just looks frustrated that his hand came loose. At other times he looks like he's in pain. Like right now, he's trying to walk it off. There's something going on in that hand or wrist area, a zinger or something that causes him to lose that bottom hand on the bat. Normally he just shakes it out a little bit and gets right back in the batter's box, but this time it took him a little longer to regroup.
Just outside. Gio's from San Juan, Puerto Rico.
I mean, he's just not seeing the ball good against Billingsley tonight. He struck out in both of his at-bats in this game.
So 3 on that list in the ball game tonight.
Well, the good thing about Giovanni Soto, he's had games like this that have started like this, where he has a rough at bat or two and it just doesn't look like he's seeing the ball well, not picking it up out of the pitcher's hands, and then on many of those occasions he's come back late in the ball game to come up with a big RBI or a big base hit to start a rally.
Yeah, you remember that series where he had all those strikeouts in Washington, but then he was able to come back. Three-2 pitch, and he draws the walk.
Batting next, center fielder, Jim Edmonds.
Edmonds hits for the 3rd time. He's 1 out of 2. Billingsley's from Ohio, Defiance, Ohio. And was the 24th overall pick in the June 2003 draft. Outside, ball 1. Looked up the amateur draft on Wikipedia, and at one time they had 3 separate drafts. The biggest one in June was for high school graduates and college seniors. The January draft was for high school and college players who graduated in the wintertime. Then they also had an August draft for the players who played in summer leagues. That draft was only 2 years. The January draft went up until 1986. So now they just have the June amateur draft. Three and 1. Home run swing by Edmonds, couldn't get it, and a full count. with 2 outs.
Following that draft today, Len, a new trend that seems to have emerged is drafting college closers. Guys who are used to pitching 1 or 2 innings at the end of a ball game. Very few starting high school pitchers were taken in that first round. I think only a couple, perhaps. But a lot of college closers.
And Pierre makes a catch. And that ends the inning. A 2-out walk to Soto, no runs. Cubs 4, Dodgers nothing.
Here at this modern-day watering hole, this urban Serengeti, it's man meets reptile.
So, Lucy, what are you doing?
Just a little online shopping.
You should check out Geico.com, get a free rate quote. If you like what you see, you can buy it online, over the phone, or at your local Geico office.
Cool.
Remarkable. Oh, no. Help! Did you hear something?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hello? Dude, if I leave, I'm fired.
When the crave calls, answer with a tasty White Castle chicken sandwich, like our new Chicken Italiano with garlic cheese and marinara for a limited time.
I'll stop the world and melt with you.
Inspiration pulled from your life. That's professional grade. That's the Acadia from GMC. With the simplest form of navigation available and a 5-star crash safety rating, Acadia is helping to redefine the category. Welcome to Acadia, the crossover from GMC.
From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Chris Bowden inside our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Dan Plesac and I are standing by for Cubs postgame live. Then join us after that for Sports Night. Mark Shanowski will have the highlights and reaction from the Sox and Royals, plus we'll recap Cubs and Dodgers. But now time to head back to Los Angeles and Len and Bob.
Thanks, Chris. It's been a very good start for the Cubs tonight, and it all starts with the starter, as always.
Hey, Ryan, just in a real good rhythm tonight. He's had better stuff in some of his starts this year. He's had better command in other starts, but he's got a little bit of everything working tonight, and as I said, just in a real good rhythm. Gio's getting the ball back to him quickly, just continues to fire it up there.
The Dodgers have struggled offensively to score runs. You never feel totally comfortable, but the 4-run lead makes you feel a little bit better considering how they have struggled.
Well, and with the 4-run lead, ideally Ryan Dempster, much like Ted Lilly last night, can get into the 7th, maybe the 8th inning of this ball game and give that bullpen one more much-needed day of rest.
Good to see John Q. Reynolds busy at work. Our stage manager in the booth.
Beat it.
So we're underway in the bottom of the 5th. Loney, DeWitt, and Hu against Ryan Dempster. A walk and a double. That's all he's allowed. Sinker just missed the outside corner. Loney was a first rounder in 2002. Was a standout pitcher and first baseman in high school. Soriano is over and won't get there in time. Ball landed, I think, between the tarp and the sidewall. Yes, they do have a tarp here like they do in San Diego, but they don't have to use it that often. They did, however, have a rain delay here recently. Two bouncer right at DeRosa.
Batting next for the Dodgers, Third baseman, number 33.
Imagine when they pull that tarp out, there are moths flying out of it. There's probably holes in it, dust. They rarely have to use that thing.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful when you take the cover off. You don't know what sort of stadium animal has gotten in there.
Varmints.
Although Dodger Stadium, believe it or not, is older than Shea Stadium, and they keep this place in excellent condition. A very clean ballpark. That is deep to right. And DeWitt hits it off the wall. And it's a double. So they've hit a couple of balls hard. Both left-handed hitters. Ethier with a double in the fourth, and now DeWitt in the fifth. Key for Ryan is just to keep spreading them out.
That pitch up and out over the plate to DeWitt. Got 5 home runs on the season. Hit that ball about halfway up the wall out there in right field. And as usual, Kosuke plays that carom and tries to make it a close play at second base.
The Dodgers have some action in their bullpen, and they also have a pinch hitter, Mark Sweeney, in the on-deck circle for Billingsley. It's going to be a short night for him after just 5 innings. Corey Wade, a right-hander. 98 pitches for Billingsley through 5. Lots of strikeouts. It built up the pitch count quickly, along with 3 walks. I mentioned the upgrades they're going to make here around this ballpark. They're going to have a big plaza beyond the center field wall. They're going to add some restaurants and shops down the right field line. Fair ball, and the Dodgers will get on the board. Who coming to third? Relay throw. Safe. It's a second double of 2008. Bob mentioned he has really scuffled at the plate lately, but he comes up with an RBI triple to make it 4-1.
Kosuke Fukudome playing very shallow out there in right field, and this time it cost him. He tried to get over to the line and cut off the angle on that ball. It shot past him all the way down into that right field corner. DeRosa with a nice relay, but the throw is a tough hop for Ramirez to handle by the time he gets the tag down. Who's in with a triple?
Number 21, Mark Sweeney.
So Sweeney bats for Billingsley. Mark recently gave up his number 22 to rookie left-hander Clayton Kershaw. That's a fair ball, 4-2. It's going to be a long single. Took a long time for Sweeney to get to first base.
Jerk pulls that ball down into the right field corner, just over a leaping Derek Lee. That security guard down in the corner has been busy this inning, dragging his chair around and dodging Dodger line drives.
They keep interrupting him down there as Larry Rothschild is out. For Sweeney, that's his 167th career pinch hit. He's second on the all-time list. Has a ways to go to catch Lenny Harris, who retired with 212. So to finish the story, Sweeney gave Kershaw the number 22. Kershaw's hero growing up was Will Clark. So Kershaw now has 22. Sweeney now switching to 21, which was worn by Esteban Loaiza before he was designated for assignment. Sweeney wearing that for the late Ken Caminiti. It was his former teammate. Chan-Ho Park will run for him. Sweeney didn't look very good going down the line, did he?
No, he sure didn't.
Number 61, Chan-Ho Park.
say anything on the media notes about any kind of injury, but he did not look comfortable turning that double into a single.
Juan Pierre lifts, shallow center, long run by Edmonds. I think he got it. He did. Nice catch by Edmonds. He might have gotten an out even if he trapped it, because Park had to wait to make sure that ball was going to get down. Nicely done by Edmonds. He went deep last night. This time he comes in.
Had to freeze in his tracks momentarily, but then makes up a lot of ground to come in and make that shoestring catch, sliding on his belly. That's a nice play.
8-time Gold Glover out in center, Jim Edmonds. Matt Kemp with 2 outs. First bit of trouble for Dempster. First 4 innings, he allowed just 2 base runners and 1 hit. But the Dodgers have strung together 3 in a row, and now Park is in scoring position as the ball squirted past Soto.
Gio just got caught in between there, whether to catch a ball with the fingers up or the fingers down. He tried to make an adjustment right at the very end and just couldn't make the play.
That's his 4th passed ball. Two balls, no strikes. Ethier next if Kemp gets on. Big swing and a miss. Good slider from Dempster.
Boy, Kemp saw a steady diet of sliders from the right-handed Cubs pitchers in that series at Wrigley Field. Really had a problem with that pitch.
High in the air to left. Soriano barely has to move, and the hop and the catch in the inning comes to a conclusion. A double, a triple, a single, 2 in. It's now 4-2 Cubs.
Hi, welcome to Conglomerated Airlines. We have 2 emergency exits on this plane, one in the front of the plane and one in the rear. Sit back, relax, enjoy your 4-hour, 50-minute flight.
On Southwest Airlines, you'll never fly in a small plane. We guarantee every seat on every flight is on a big, comfortable Boeing 737.
You're now free to be more productive.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Let the drama kick, die. Let the drama
This isn't the soft kind of luxury.
let the drama kick,
This is start a business, sell it, and then start another one luxury. This is advanced digital IV tech luxury. It can find you an uncrowded highway or a crowded club. Introducing the Acura TSX. A new generation has arrived. Acura, advanced.
Wednesday, get ready for a National League showdown on the north side as Dealey and the Cubs take on hot hitter Chipper Jones and the Atlanta Braves in HD, followed by Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Cubs Braves in HD, Wednesday at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Weeknights, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities join host Dave Kaplan to discuss the day's hot sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet fan's best friend.
Right-hander Corey Wade is now on as the Dodgers will use their bullpen the rest of the night. He'll work to 8-9-1 in the Cubs lineup. The Dodgers got their 2 in the last half inning. It's now 4-2. DeRosa with a strikeout and a home run. And a breaker in there for a strike. Ground ball, and it's knocked down by who? It'll be a base hit. So Dempster will try to lay down his 9th sacrifice.
Nice effort just to get to that ball. Don't believe he would have had a play even if he comes up with it cleanly on that dive. He was way out there in shallow left field.
Ryan's just 1 off the league lead. Jeff Francis with 9 sack bunts. DeWitt ready to charge from third, and it's hit foul.
Long look into Lou Piniella by Mike Quaddy, and then a long look down to Mike Quaddy from Ryan Dempster. You would assume he's going to be bunting this entire at bat. Even with his recent prowess at the plate, I got to believe he's going to be putting down a sac bunt here. Try to expand that lead a little bit.
One and two.
All fastball so far from Wade. He does have that big, slow, over-the-top curveball that he started Mark DeRosa with in his at-bat. Usually you see high fastballs in bunt situations, but it was the curveball.
Good job by Dempster with 2 strikes. So Soriano with a runner at second. You see the form from the pitcher.
He gave a little bit with his upper body when he saw that breaking ball, but he managed to keep the bat level and at the top of the strike zone. Nicely done.
Big swing. 1 strike. Well, the Rangers gave up a 4 spot in the first against Cleveland tonight, then scored the last 9 runs in a 9-4 win. Michael Young and Milton Bradley hit home runs. Milton Bradley, the DH tonight, 3 for 4. He's hitting .337. His on base is .449. He's slugging .627. The losing pitcher was CC Sabathia. He's 3-8. He was beaten by Kevin Millwood. Texas is at .500. Hard to figure out Cleveland and Detroit. Both teams off to slow starts. Still a very long way to go. This is only the 61st game of the season for the Cubs. So after they complete tomorrow night's game, they'll still have 100 left.
When you put it in those terms, it's a little awe-inspiring. I think that's why Lou Piniella said last year he likes to break the season down into 10, 16-game sections just to make it feel a little more manageable. I mean, when you think about the prospects of 100 more ball games after tomorrow's, that can be a little daunting. Some of the guys are starting to get a little tired right now. Bullpen could use a couple days off here or there, and to think you've got that many games to go.
DeRosa's in standing at third base. Soriano went down to get that pitch, and he was not happy with the result. That's a pitch he can hit out.
Oh, yes,
not a lot of guys can, but he can.
He's able to go down and hit that low pitch as good as any hitter in baseball. Look at that bat angle. It's almost like a golf club swinging at a ball on a tee. Look at that angle coming through the hitting zone. But I've seen him hit balls out of the ballpark many times on pitches down there around his ankles.
Cornermen in, respecting the bunt from Terrio. Now Loney's going to backpedal. DeWitt stays in. George Sherrill with his 20th save for the Orioles. 3-2. They beat Minnesota. The O's are pulling up the rear in the American League East, but they're only a game under 500. This one could get down. Well, who's going to get out and make the catch? So Terrio was trying for a blue base hit, but the shortstop able to go out there and get it. Still 4-2 Cubs.
Hi. Ronnie's phone here. Ronnie's not going to answer because he's a dillweed. See, Ronnie doesn't have AT&T, so he's basically got 0 bars in this dump. So although you've called like 30 times about Motorhead tickets tonight, he's not calling you back.
For the best coverage, switch to AT&T. More bars in more places.
Elevate your Chicago sports coverage.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Extended highlights, in-depth interviews, and news from Chicago sports fans like you.
Sports Night, tonight on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Do you want to tell me that one more time?
10 feet tall. 1,500 pounds easy. And green.
Give it everything you got. Take it out.
You have to get as far away from me as you can.
Rated PG-13.
Your love for car has never been more real. Introducing the first ever Pontiac G8 GT, the most powerful car under 30 grand.
Playing for peanuts, Sunday night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
For the first time in history, Wrigley Field will host a minor league baseball game. The Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, will showcase Ryan Sandberg's Peoria Chiefs as they host the Kane County Cougars on July 29th. Kids 14 and under will have the unique chance to run the bases at the conclusion of the game. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. To order tickets, visit Cubs.com. Ooh, the Dodger dogs have arrived in the booth.
Yes, indeed.
Two 2-0 on Ethier. Dodgers got their 2 in the 5th.
In that last series against the San Diego Padres, Adrian Gonzalez was the guy that the Cubs had to constantly be concerned with where was his spot in the lineup going to roll around. And as I mentioned, Ethier was that guy in the series at Wrigley Field, and there's been swinging pretty good here tonight, so I would imagine he's the guy they want to be especially careful with. Although having him lead off the inning here is exactly where you like it. Either two outs, nobody on, or leading off an inning.
That would be either one or the other.
Either one or the other.
Three-one pitch, a roller, sending DeRosa to his right. One away. And let's check out the Cubs minor league report.
Second baseman, number 12, Jeff Kent.
Nate Spears with 3 hits. Doug Deeds had a couple for the Tennessee Smokies. Spears with a 4-game series against West Tennessee, 8 for 13, 4 walks, 7 runs, and 4 RBIs. Kanzler and Carter with High A Daytona, each with 3 hits. Leon Johnson had 3 knocks for Peoria, and was going to check in on Rich Hill tonight, who was scheduled to start at Omaha, and that game was rained out. So the I-Cubs washed out at Omaha. Iowa leading the Northern Division of the AAA Pacific Coast League by a 1.5 games over Omaha. You ever been to Omaha?
I've been through Omaha. Never played in Omaha. They were in the American Association when I was in the minor leagues, and back in those days the Pacific Coast League only played against teams in the Coast League, and the American Association did likewise, and the International League had their own league over on the East Coast. So never got to play in Omaha.
There are a lot of wild animals there in Omaha, right? Isn't that where they filmed Wild Kingdom? Oh, that was Mutual of Omaha. Okay. That's deep to left, and it's out. Jeff Kent with his 372nd career home run. He was in sole possession of 64th on the all-time home run list. He just tied Vladimir Guerrero with number 372.
372 career home runs for Jeff Kent, and this is just my own estimation, but 370 of them went right where this one did. He loves to pull that ball to left field. Our Belvedere home run replay. Jeff Kent pulling the Dodgers within 1 with that solo blast into the bleachers in left.
All of a sudden, it's a 4-3 contest. It was a breaker that didn't break a whole lot. Left-hander Neil Kotz. And look at all the shrubbery out there in the bullpen. Yeah, you have a bullpen story. It's pretty interesting. You had your catcher's glove stolen out there once.
I'm still not over that. I'll tell you, there used to be a sidewall out there behind all that greenery that was some kind of corrugated material, and there was a small gap at the bottom of it, but because the material was so flimsy, you could really pull hard on it, and I put my catcher's mitt too close to the wall, and next thing I knew, it disappeared. My XXX gamer was gone. And there's no way to get into that area where the fans are walking behind that wall right there. It just was gone. Oh, that was heartbreaking. I mean, that's back in the day when it took a good 2 months to break in a catcher's mitt, catching side sessions and batting practice. And just about the time I had that one ready to go into game action, somebody nabbed it.
So Dempster, after giving up the home run to Kent, he walked Martin, and here comes Lou.
You know, Len, I'm wondering if there might not have been a little bit of a delayed reaction. Ryan Dempster hit that double back in the 4th inning, and then later came around to score from second base on the Theriot base hit. And he went out in the 5th and was pretty good, but Or rather, in the fourth, he was pretty good, but the fifth, he just hasn't been able to find the zone with any consistency.
Didn't throw a lot of pitches tonight, just 82, but with the lefties coming up, it's going to be Kotz. Heineken called to the pen. We'll be back 4-3 Cubs.
Here's an all-around great deal from Firestone. Buy 4 of these, get $50 toward any of these. Just buy a set of select Firestone tires and get a gift card from the Home Depot worth $50 for a limited time only at your Firestone retailer.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
So, what are we doing?
In my place, pizza and a video.
No way.
Original.
How about Chili's? Welcome to Chili's.
Pepper in some triple thick bacon with Chili's new Smokehouse Bacon Burgers. They're mammoth-sized burgers with the thickest bacon you've ever seen. Like our Southern Smokehouse Burger. The bacon seasoned with brown sugar and chili pepper, then grilled. Come in now and try them all. Only at Chili's. Pepper in some bacon. Pepper in some fun.
Well, Ryan Dempster, I mean, you know what this is all about. He had a 4-0 lead. He was cruising along. And all of a sudden, kind of ran into a wall, as you mentioned, in the 5th and then again here in the 6th. And I think this is also partly due to the fact that the bullpen's rested. And with these lefties coming up, Lou didn't necessarily have to get 8 innings out of Ryan Dempster tonight. He has a full bullpen, which actually has been rare lately. So he's going to go with Neil Kotz. Runner at first, 1 out, and a called strike on Loney.
It would have been nice for Dempster to work a little deeper into the ball game, but not just for the sake of doing it. I mean, this is still a ball game to be won right here, and as you said, the bullpen a little more rested tonight, and with the lefties coming up, Neil Kotz is the guy that Lou goes to here.
2 quick ones on Loney. Martin runs well for a catcher. He's attempted 8 stolen bases. He's 4 out of 8. And he's sprayed foul by Loney. Dodgers do run a lot, but 50 out of 70 on the year. 4th most steals in the league. And Soriano's over, but no play.
Now 31 of their stolen bases have come from Juan Pierre and Matt Kemp. You mentioned Furcall's on the disabled list. He was 8 out of 10, but Martin stole some bases last year, but I think the league is a little more aware of what he's capable of doing, and they make him stop over there, go from a standing start. He's less likely even to try to steal if you make him stop.
And without asking the manager, Joe Torre, my guess is they probably don't want him to run a lot because he plays every day. Last thing you want to do is give him another reason to be fatigued, considering how much he catches.
What do you mean? He's only played 58 out of 59.
Try to turn 2, the short flip, 4-6-3, they get it. Kotz gets out of the inning. Can't hit the home run to make it a 1-run game. It's 4-3 to the 7th.
At Infinity, we believe acceleration should feel less like a quick burst of speed and more like a limitless force of nature. the 306 horsepower G from Infiniti. Lease an Infiniti G sedan for $349 a month for 24 months.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent?
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Let's vent. Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Arby's $5 roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 super roast beefs, or 3 beef and cheddars, or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a fantastic deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Philips Norelco Architect. The shaver with a flexible head that pivots and rotates freely. So now you can easily get a close shave, even on the neck.
Before, during, and after the game, Comcast Sportsnet has baseball covered this summer. From extensive pre- and post-game coverage to the most in-depth news in Sports Night, the best coverage of Chicago baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover's Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live, a sit-down interview with Dwayne Wade, plus a full review of today's Major League Amateur Draft. Join Mark Shanowski for Land Rover's Sports Night tonight after Cubs post-game live, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Bakersfield, California. Hello. Larry King in the house. Corey Wade back to work on the mound for the Dodgers. 4-3 Cubs as we get into the 7th.
See, Larry's probably got the timer set on his hot tub. It's 7th inning, time to get out of here.
I'm sure he's interviewed the cast of Leave It to Beaver many times. See, he would have known. He would have been able to correct me on the Eleanor Donahue note that I got wrong. Cubs would love to tack on.
Well, you know, we talk about a 12-6 curveball, and that's exactly what Wade throws. That ball breaks straight down. It's not a high velocity breaking ball. It kind of rolls up there, but there is absolutely no side-to-side movement at all. It just drops straight down toward the strike zone. Throwing it in the high 60s, low 70s. Left one up that time for Derek Lee. Just hits the top half of the ball and grounds it harmlessly third base side.
Well, Lakers fans disappointed. The Celtics took game 1 in Boston tonight as Derek strikes out. See, we were in Pittsburgh when the Penguins started the Stanley Cup Finals in Detroit. Now we're in Los Angeles when the Lakers begin the NBA Finals in Boston. Little did we know. Lined to left and right at Pierre. So Fukudome will bat with 2 outs and nobody aboard.
Right fielder, Kosuke Fukudome.
This marks the 50th anniversary of the first year of the Los Angeles Dodgers, after the franchise had moved out west from Brooklyn. Diving stop, Jeff Kent. Very quick 1-2-3 7th for the right-hander Wade. They'll get up and stretch. Here in LA, it's 4-3 Cubs.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on any 2008 Chevy Cobalt.
Keep your garden tools organized with help from Menards. Start with a hose reel from Suncast. All Suncast hose reels are on sale. This model can hold up to 150 feet of hose and comes pre-assembled. Only $16.84 each. Keep your lawn watered with a lifetime warranty hose. Choose from the ProFlex hose with 5-ply construction, this 6-ply garden hose, or this UltraFlow hose to allow maximum water flow. Your choice of 50-foot length, just $14.44 each.
Save big money at Menards.
At Nissan, we started with a stitch. Then we thought 2 would be even better. We thought the seat should appear at the touch of a button, and the folks in the back should have a moonroof too. We thought you should see traffic in real time and control your music seamlessly with your iPod. Then we thought, why not bring it all to you first? Introducing the future of the crossover. Here, now. The all-new 2009 Nissan Murano.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Come to Wrigley Field on Thursday, June 12th at 1:20 and step back to 1948. Watch your Cubs take on the Boston Braves and enjoy discounted prices on Pepsi soft drinks and Kelly Eisenberg Smoky Links during the first hour of the ballgame. Don't miss this historic day presented by Pepsi. Tickets are available on Cubs.com by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or at the Wrigley Field box office. The voice of summer here in Los Angeles, Vin Scully. And he still works alone. This is his 59th season as the voice of the Dodgers. Into center and a leadoff single for Blake DeWitt. And one of the nicest human beings you will ever meet, Vin Scully. It's interesting, Bob. Probably the 2 nicest people I've ever met in this business. Probably the 2 best broadcasters I've ever met. Vin Scully and Ernie Harwell. Didn't get a chance to meet Jack Brickhouse. Very briefly met Harry Carey. They were wonderful human beings as well, and it's a good lesson for everybody. Just how they treat people.
I had the great fortune to spend some time with Ernie Harwell on a cruise one time, a Major League Baseball sponsored cruise, and boy, what a delight. Just a wonderful man. Extremely grateful for everything that's come his way and understands, I think, the importance of what he's done over the years to all those Tiger fans that listen to his every word day after day, summer after summer.
Cott's in some trouble. Runner at first, 2-0 on Who, the shortstop. And that was the thing about Harry. He just loved being around people. Talking baseball. (3-0) the count. I'm sure Harry enjoyed coming out here to Dodger Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
That's a strike, 3-1.
I don't think there was anywhere Harry didn't enjoy going. Had friends everywhere.
Could you imagine sitting in a room with Harry and Vin, just swapping stories? Bunted by Who. Ramirez picks it up, gets the out at first.
Only the second sacrifice bunt of the season for Who, but he gets it down that third base line. Ramirez only has the one play to first base and has to rush it. This does get Who by half a step.
So the runner at second. And one out, and it's Delwyn Young, a switch hitter. And Lou Piniella. Walking out to the first base umpire, Marty Foster. What's going on here?
I'm not sure. Just judging from some of the body language on the Cubs bench, I think Lou wanted to double switch with Fukudome out in right field. I'm not sure why he went to Marty Foster, the first base umpire, however. Usually you go to the home plate umpire and inform him that you want to make a double switch because he's the guy with the lineup card. I saw Alan Trammell and a couple other Cubs players pointing out toward right field, which is what made me think that he wanted to double switch because Fukudome did make the last out of the top half of the 7th.
Yeah, they're motioning, I think. I'm not sure if they're motioning to Kosuke or the bullpen. We'll sort it out. Heineken called to the pen. It's 4-3 Cubs.
Quiet on the set. Pick 73. Hello out there in TV land. Save your false laughter. Very popular. Whoa, get your foot off the fogger. Okay, here we go with another ho-ho.
There's only one, Bob Royman.
Here's an all-around great deal from Firestone. Buy 4 of these, get $50 toward any of these. Just buy a set of select Firestone tires and get a gift card from the Home Depot worth $50 for a limited time only at your Firestone retailer.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
A little switch up here as Lou is sensing, I think, the enormity of this spot. Well, the Cubs leading by just a run, doesn't want to let it get away. He's going to go with Carlos Marmol in the 7th instead of the 8th, and we think we've gotten to the bottom of what was going on. Lou was talking about the phone, said the phone is not working. That was the problem, and somebody from the stadium just went into the Cubs dugout to take care of the phone setup.
And the way the dugout and the right field bullpen are configured, it's not really easy just to glance down there and see if that relief pitcher is ready to go or not. Yeah, the universal signal is to wave your hat to indicate, yeah, the pitcher's ready to go, and apparently nobody in the Cubs dugout could see that out in the right field bullpen.
And that's why it took a bit for Lou to make that change. And it's Delwyn Young pinch hitting. DeWitt's the runner at second. He represents the tying run. Swing and a miss at a slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. The next one, another slide piece. 1 and 2. Young's done a nice job lately as a pinch hitter. His last 23 pinch hit appearances, 7 for 17 with 4 walks and 2 sac bunts. But he strikes out this time. A healthy diet of sliders from Marmol to the lefty, and he gets it.
Number 9, Juan Pierre.
Healthy for Marmol, not so healthy for Delwyn Young. Man, that pitch just falls off the table in the low 80s to mid 80s. Lou was talking about it the other day. The reason you have to be careful with Carlos Marmol is he's such a maximum effort pitcher. He doesn't really throttle back on anything. Occasionally he'll take a little bit off his slider, but not very often. .93 on that fastball in the Dodger Stadium gun.
I think the big key to this move has been the emergence of Bob Howard. Lou knows that if he has to go from Marmol to Howery to Wood, he can do that tonight, as opposed to when Bob was struggling and it came down to Marmol and Wood at the end of the ball game. But he can kind of mix and match now, and that's a nice luxury to have. And he also can use Scott Air against a lefty if needed before this ball game ends. That's a strike. 1-2 on Pierre. Doesn't strike out a whole lot. The pitch popped up. Ramirez catches it. Marmol gets the job done. And we could see him come back in the 8th, although his spot's due up 4th in the top of the inning. 4-3 Cubs after 7.
Now more than ever, you want to get the most for your money. Look no further than the rugged V6 2008 Kia Sportage. Fuel efficient, 5-star safety rated, backed by an industry-leading warranty, and it's priced about $6,000 less than a Toyota RAV4 Limited. Or to put it another way, a whole year's worth of groceries less. The 2008 Kia Sportage. It's money well saved. The 2008 Kia Sportage starting at just $16,725.
How do you want to see the game? You want to be closer? Well, this is no ordinary ticket. This is your ticket to baseball heaven in high definition. Sharp Aqua's the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. And with a blazing 4-millisecond response time and a super fast refresh rate, there isn't a shot in the hole or a screamer down the line that will singe the hair in your nostrils. It will change your baseball-loving life.
Aqua's LCD TV. Change your TV, change your life. Sharp.
Time now for the Sharp Aqua's detail of the game. Juan Pierre with a runner on. The Dodgers had already scored twice, and Jim Edmonds making the shoestring grab out in center. That was with Chan-Ho Park, a pinch runner at first base. Kemp would then fly out, and Dempster got out of the inning. Here's Scott Proctor. As we begin the 8th, the Cubs still leading 4-3.
25 2/3 innings pitched, 23 hits surrendered by Scott Proctor. However, 14 of those 23 have been extra base hits, 7 doubles, a triple, and 6 home runs in just over 25 innings of work. That's a lot of bombs for a relief pitcher.
So here we go. Proctor and Soto. Ball one on a slider low and outside. Down the coast in San Diego, Mets and the Padres are tied 1-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Both teams have gone to the bullpen. Feliciano and Hampson, couple of lefties currently working. Pelfrey and Banks were the starters. Both went 6. Atlanta beat Florida 7-5 the final. Jurgens over Nolasco. Rafael Soriano with his 3rd save. Big day for Chipper Jones. He went 4 for 5. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's having a heck of a year. That's just unbelievable.
The 3-1 offering. Hit in the air to right field. Fairly deep. But it's Ethier to squeeze one out. Let's see. Chipper is now hitting .418 after his 4 for 5.
It slipped down to .409 going into play tonight, but a 4-hit game will shoot it right back up 9 more points.
So the Phillies now lead by 2.5 in that division, with the Marlins losing and the Phillies shutting out the Reds. $44,988 here at Dodger Stadium. So there are a lot of Takashi Saito bobbleheads. A little over 5,000 left.
Well, we laugh about it a little bit, but I'm assuming the Dodgers do what a lot of organizations do when you have giveaway items that are left over at the end of the season. They usually get donated to schools or hospitals or boys and girls clubs around town. Of course, at Wrigley Field there is rarely anything left over.
That's right. Two and one on Edmonds. DeRosa next. If anybody reaches, there's a base hit. Just as I say that, we'll see who jumps into the on-deck circle. It's going to be Carlos Marmol. I joked with him the other day. I said, you're going to hit another home run. He has one in his short major league career, and he kind of laughed. Like, probably won't get that chance, but he might get that opportunity here in the 8th.
Well, that's kind of an example of what we were talking about earlier with Ryan Dempster. As the closer in years past, he never took batting practice, rarely got an at bat. Same thing for Carlos Marmol, pitching in short relief late in ball games. I bet if you gave Carlos Marmol batting practice every day the Cubs were at home and one day a week on the road, he would be a usable piece off the bench as a pinch hitter. He's got that kind of swing and that kind of athletic ability.
The aforementioned Scott Air up, and Marmol a converted catcher, so he was a position player when he began his pro career. You might wonder, well, why didn't Lou double switch if he wanted to leave Marmol in? Remember, the Cubs have a 13-man pitching staff, so they're a little bit short on the bench. And who are you going to double switch out in the bottom of the 7th? Ramirez or Fukudome? I think that's what he really wanted to do that early. Is that pickoff throw almost got past Lonia. So a lot of it has to do with where the lineup is.
Nearly threw that ball away. Very short lead over there by Jim Edmonds.
Probably the best choice of a double switch would have been Terrio, but the issue there is that spot may have come up this half inning. Well, you could have maybe used Cedeno, or that would have been, I guess, the best choice. But again, he's only in the 2 spot. 2 spots behind the 9 hole. There's always a reason for every move or non-move.
And sometimes it's not readily apparent. We don't always know exactly what's going on in a bullpen on a given night or down there on the bench.
Now will Marmol bat? That's the question. Looks like he's going to walk back into the dugout. And this whole point is moot. It's Mike Fontenot.
Sometimes it's better not to double switch, just so you can pick the pinch hitter that you want to use when that pitcher spot comes around. Now, it's not so much a case with the Cubs right now because we don't have a lot of thunder off the bench. You've got Fontenot from the left side, Cedeno, Reed Johnson, and Henry Blanco from the right side. But if you had Darrell Ward available or somebody else available off the bench that could possibly hit a ball out of a ballpark to win a game for you, maybe you go to him in this spot. If you're looking for a sack bunt, maybe you go to Mike Fontenot. It depends on the situation. And if you don't automatically double switch, you can pick the pinch hitter that you want to use.
First and second, one out. Fontenot pops it up on the infield. Infield fly rule in effect, caught by Kent. And Bob, I would caution fans out there who might be criticizing Lou, sitting at home going, well, wait a minute, now you lose Marmol. We didn't really dissect it too much, but I like the move, bringing Marmol in the 7th. You have a runner in scoring position. I think that's a good time for, if not your closer, who you use in the 9th, your best relief pitcher. They had to get out of that inning.
Well, and somebody who could miss bats. Now, Bob Howry, as good as he's been lately, he's not a guy that racks up big strikeout totals. Usually the opposition puts the ball in play against him, and with the runner in scoring position, you don't want him to put the ball in play. You want your strikeout pitcher to come into ball game, miss some bats, and get your team back in the dugout quickly and strand that runner. So I agree with you. I think that was absolutely the right time to use Carlos Marmol in this game. It may evolve to be a different ball game as we move forward here, but given the situation that was presented to Lou, I think he made absolutely the right move.
And he might not make it if those other guys we talked about were really scuffling. Meaning Air and Howry. Instead, he might have gone to one of his other middle relievers in that spot, thinking to himself, well, I just find a way to get through the 7th, and then I know if I get to the 8th, I have Marmol and Wood. Well, he has the luxury of going with Marmol early. You like having very defined roles in your bullpen, but you also like to have a little versatility and some options. The 1-1 pitch to Soriano, hit off the end of the bat, 1-2. Now, when you managed, did you ever have to fight the idea of using your closer or your 8th inning guy in the 6th or the 7th with a bases loaded spot, up by a run, something like that?
Well, I'm sure the situation came up, and I'm sure I grinded over it, but you go by the feel of the ball game. You know, sometimes you have a 1-run lead in the game and you've got serious doubts as to whether you can win that ball game. Other times you have a 4-3 lead late in the game and it's in the bag. Don't worry about it. A lot of it depends on how the other team is swinging the bats. Where are you at in their lineup? What kind of matchups do you have available out of your own bullpen? It's never an easy decision. I mean, it's when Bob Melvin was my bench coach with the Diamondbacks, of course, doing a fine job as the skipper there in Arizona now, but we used to talk about that all the time. Really, you need to have 2 closers. One to get out of a situation just like Marmol did, and another one to come in and get the last 3 outs of the ball game.
That's a great point. Still 2-2.
I mean, you see it happen so many times over the course of a long season. You bring your 8th inning guy in there and he works his way through the teeth of the opponent's batting order with runners on base, and then you bring your closer in to face the 7, 8, 9 hitter in the lineup. You know, sometimes it almost seems like those roles should be flip-flop.
Swing and a miss. So the Cubs had a chance, first and second with 1 out, but Proctor found a way to escape. Still 4-3. Kemp, Ethier, and Kent coming up.
Around the world, more than 70,000 Land Rovers are engaged in peacekeeping, humanitarian aid, and scientific inquiry. And then there's these guys. Make an appointment to put a Land Rover through its paces.
Quikrete Concrete. For over 65 years, it's been used by just about everyone for just about everything. Quikrete. It's what America's made of.
Countless
trips to school functions, doctor's appointments, dance recitals, birthday parties. You know, if you're gonna be a chauffeur, might as well drive a Cadillac.
Visit your local Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hey again, everyone. Chris Bowden inside our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Dan Plesac and I standing by for Cubs postgame live. Then join us after that for Sports Night. Mark Shanowski with highlights and reaction from the Sox and Royals. Plus, we'll recap the Cubs and Dodgers. For now, let's send it back to Dodger Stadium and Len and Bob.
Thanks, Chris. A tight one here in Los Angeles. 4-3 Cubs. They scored the first 4. The Dodgers have plated the last 3. And here's Bob Howery for his 30th appearance. ERA has been going down. Right now at 4.35.
Right along with that opponent's batting average, still pretty lofty at 298, but he has whittled a lot of points off that opponent's batting average over the last 2 or 3 weeks of this season.
Just looking here, his ERA has gone down every appearance since May 16th. It was at 6.53 at that time. And he faces Matt Kemp, who found out today he was suspended for 4 games for fighting with Yorvi Torrealba, but he has appealed that suspension, so is allowed to play in the interim. The pitcher of record for the Cubs is still the starter, Ryan Dempster. As frustrated as he was after he exited, Cubs have led throughout. Lofted to left. 1 out. We got an email from Sergeant Frank Bromanschenkel in the Marines, currently stationed at Camp Fallujah in Iraq, watching the game on AFN. Just wanted to say, go Cubs, go. Thanks so much for your email, and be safe.
That was a big out for a couple different reasons. Number one, to get that leadoff man in a 1-run ball game, but also Matt Kemp had some good success in limited at bats against Bob Howery. Was 2 for 3 with a double and a homer. Well, Bob Howery doesn't really throw that big sweeping slider that's been the effective pitch against Matt Kemp in the 4 games that the Cubs have played against the Dodgers. His slider is a little shorter, a little sharper, almost like a cut fastball.
The 1-1, now 1-2. Cardinals split a doubleheader. Made a big comeback in game 2, and then lost in extras at Washington. So the Cubs lead is still 3 in the Central. So it'll either be 2.5 or 3.5, depending on what happens here late. The Dodgers are in second in the West, 28-31, and 3.5 back of Arizona. Diamondbacks were off today. However, he has the pitch he wants. And here it is. Soriano's back. And a little leap in the catch. Did a nice job going back on that ball. 2 away here in the 8th.
Finally starting to see some of that night game Dodger Stadium effect here. The ball's just not carrying quite as much as they did earlier in the game, giving Soriano enough room to run back and make that catch a couple steps before the wall.
Kent drew the Dodgers within 1 with his 6th inning homer. Foul strike. Feldco Cubs upcoming schedule next on the docket. We'll be back with you here on Comcast Sportsnet Wednesday night at home against the Braves at 7 o'clock. First off day in a while comes up Monday.
In a 1-run game late with Jeff Kent at the plate, just stay away, away, away. He's going to beat you. Make him do it to the opposite field. Strike zone's not quite as big as the world anymore. Borderline pitch there didn't go Bob Howry's way.
Soto will go out.
Well, these are too important of pitches just to hang down some fingers and hope for the best. You want to make sure you know exactly what you're doing, not only on this pitch, but what are you trying to set up. Fastball away. That's what I'd have called.
Of course. And we are tied. Well, after Kent finishes his trot around the bases, we'll get another look. We'll take the location. Ended up being what Howry and Soto wanted. As you said, they wanted to go away, away, away. Jeff Kent got a pitch he really liked, and he's hit 2 home runs tonight.
You clearly saw the sign for a fastball away. You see where Soto sets up. And didn't miss his spot by that much, but caught too much of the plate anyway. Got to force Jeff Kent to hit that ball the other way. Our Belvedere home run replay. Jeff Kent with his 2nd bomb of the game ties it up here in the bottom of the 8th.
A rare display of emotion from Howry. 2-out home run. And we're back to where we started. Dempster now with a no decision. Same for Billingsley. And that's the first run allowed by Bob Howry in quite a while. Since May 16th. That date I brought up earlier. Dodgers have slugged tonight. It's not something they have done very well. They're 14th in the National League in slugging, but they have a lot of extra base hits. Slider strike. Double from Ethier. Double from DeWitt. Who with a triple, and Kent with 2 home runs. Swing and a miss to end the inning. So on one swing, Jeff Kent just tied it up. We're going to go to the ninth. Cubs 4, Dodgers now 4.
Tired of being nickeled and dimed by other airlines?
Is this your first flight?
On Southwest Airlines, we don't charge fees for stuff that should be free. Southwest, fees don't fly with us.
You are now free to move about the country.
There are forces at work beyond our understanding.
On Friday, June 13th,
oh my God,
the director of The Sixth Sense and Signs brings you his first R-rated film. The Happening, rated R.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
There are more than 3,100 points to scrutinize. 3,100 digitally calibrated, laser-inspected welds, fittings, connections, and finishes on the RX to make sure it's absolutely flawless. Visit your Lexus dealer today for an exclusive look at how nothing else is built like a Lexus RX. Lease the 2009 RX all-wheel drive for $459 a month for 36 months for $35.59 due at signing.
Get ready for an exciting Cubs finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
After the game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Get highlights of all the action, analysis from Dan Plesac. Plus, check in on Lou Pinella's postgame remarks. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Takashi Saito has a bobblehead night tonight, and he's in the ballgame. Kent just tied it with his second home run of the night. Another upset Cubs pitcher. We saw Dempster earlier, and now it's a Howery. Saito was quoted in the LA Times before the series finale last week at Wrigley that he looks at every game as potentially his final one. Said he has no problem giving up hits when he challenges hitters, as he deals ball one to Terrio, but he abhors giving up walks, and he went out and did just that in game 3 last week. He walked 2 in a long ninth, gave up the game tying run, and the Cubs 2-1 win in 10. Really struggled with the strike zone. 37 pitches, 19 balls, 18 strikes. And he's 2-0 on Terrio.
Saito 8 out of 11 in save opportunities this season. However, only 11 of his 23 appearances have been save situations. Speaks to the struggles that the Dodgers had, especially earlier in the season.
Cubs have been so good lately, coming up with that big hit late. Well, let's see if they can rally here. The Dodgers have had the momentum for the last really 4 innings. Cubs dominated early on. Fair ball. Going to go all the way down into the corner. Diving stop by Ethier. That was a big play by Ethier for this reason. If he doesn't stop that ball, Terrio's at least at third base. It's like a pinball effect down there. He might have been able to go all the way around.
Yeah, the way that wall is curved down in that right field corner, if it gets by Ethier, it may just take that left turn around the corner and roll all the way around into the gap in right center. Oh, man.
I'm telling you, Bob, that could have been an inside the park homer very easily.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big play. But the Cubs have the go-ahead run at second base, and Ethier trying to shake it off. And you're not going to ask these guys to bunt. Not in this spot. Lee and Ramirez coming up. Breaking ball for a strike.
Well, at worst, you'd like to see a productive out. A deep fly ball to the outfield, a ground ball to the right side, preferably a base hit to score him, but short of that, you'd like to at least move him to third base with 1 out in the inning.
Swing and the miss, 0-2. Now, Saito hasn't been in the major leagues very long, but he's 38 years old, had a long career with Yokohama over in Japan. This is his 3rd major league season, which started in 2006. Is 0-2. Struck him out. That's a big one for Saito. All breaking balls to Derek Lee.
3 consecutive sliders. The final one out of the strike zone, down low and away. Derek just trying to protect the plate, comes up empty.
Aramis knocked in a run with a ground out in the 3rd.
Before that Ryan Theriot double to lead off this inning, the Cubs only had 1 hit against Saito. That was Kosuke Fukudome on that homestand back at Wrigley. Aramis Ramirez 0 for 3 against the Dodgers closer.
1-0 pitch. 2-0. Kosuke is on deck.
Slider mania right now from Saito. 3 in a row to Derek Lee. The first 3 pitches here to Aramis Ramirez, all sliders. And we know Aramis can hammer a slider if you leave it in the strike zone. Might have been looking for one more slider. Took a laser beam straight fastball right on the outside corner for a called strike 2. Martin moves out on that outside corner.
It's just a perfect pitch.
Yep.
Two, fouled back. The other thing to note on that 2-1 strike to make it 2-2. It's not a bad thing that you take it for a strike, because sometimes you're going to make bad contact on a good pitch like that and you're going to make it out. There's a reason you take it.
Yeah, up until 2 strikes, especially a run producer like Aramis Ramirez, you'd rather have him take those pitcher strikes up until you get to 2 strikes, and then you've got to do whatever you can to try to drive that run home.
You just hope in that spot that the umpire calls it ball 3. He hit him. Saito wants to know if he swung at that pitch, so they may be able to ask down at first base. Well, maybe not. Eric Cooper telling Saito where it hit Aramis, and that's it. First and second, Joe Torre's going to walk out.
Well,
there wasn't a swing.
No, it didn't look like any kind of swing whatsoever. He checked way ahead of time. That ball just kind of went right down his right forearm. Fortunately, didn't hit him flush.
Yeah, clearly no swing. And Aramis sold it well. He immediately reacted. Kosuke bats with 2 on, 1 out. Tie ball game in the 9th. Ho hum, just another boring Cubs game. They were all close, those 9 in a row, and last night it ended with a 2-1 loss. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed.
Kosuke was looking to do some damage with that first pitch fastball right there. That's about as out of control a swing as you'll ever see him take. He was trying to jerk pull that ball into the bleachers in right field. Now he'll have to go back to work and battle.
Long pause by Saito, kicking the pitch.
Oh, another big swing. Usually you don't see him take 2 swings like that in a week, let alone 2 in 1 at bat.
A big 0-2. It's low. He got that one up to 94. At one time they battled in the Central League in Japan. Now they're in the major leagues here in the States. Outside. The 2-2, a foul.
I expect Mike Quade to be extremely aggressive if Fukudome happens to get a base hit to left field. Juan Pierre's arm is no stronger than it was when he was a member of the Chicago Cubs. Kemp with a good throwing arm in center field, occasionally can be erratic. Ethier with a strong arm in right field and charges the ball extremely well.
Still 2-2. The pitch, ground ball, base hit to right. Terrio coming around. He will score. Cubs lead 5-4. Kosuke with a base hit off Saito. An excellent at bat. Fouled off a couple of pitches, and they have the lead again.
Hit that breaking ball like he knew it was coming. After the big swings at the fastball earlier in the sequence, laid off a couple of fastballs around the edges. Finally got a breaking ball and hit that hard grounder through the right side. Terrio off on contact when he saw the ball on the ground. He scores easily. Ramirez makes it all the way around to third base. Heads up base running on his part.
Yeah, still only 1 out, a chance to get some more. And now it'll be Kerry Wood's half inning in the bottom of the 9th. The Cubs leading. A lot of Japanese media covering this ball game tonight, and this will be a big story back home with Fukudome getting the big hit off Saito. Hiroki Kuroda will start tomorrow night for the Dodgers. And from the Cubs perspective, a big storyline is Kosuke having a big night on the road. After struggling in the first 2 months away from Wrigley Field, he has 2 big RBIs, swing and a miss, to send Soto back to the bench. He has struck out 3 times tonight. It's up to Edmonds to try to add on. 5-4 Cubs. Mike Quaddy, the third base coach, near Aramis Ramirez. Too high on a fastball.
I would fully expect Kosuke to try to steal a base if Edmonds falls behind in the count here. Go ahead and take a shot to steal a bag. Maybe the Dodgers throw it away. Steal another run in this inning. Give Woody a little bit more of a cushion. Now Quaddy and Angel Hernandez down there at third base. They're talking about that coach's box once again.
I'm sure they're talking about the coach's box and where he's supposed to stand. Aramis got a kick out of it. What is it about Dodger Stadium and umpires and coaches at third base? Larry Boa got into it the first series of the year, right in that same area with Ed Montague.
No, right now Mike Quaddy is behind the third base coach's box, not because he's trying to protect himself from the hitter. He wants to pick up that runner at first base coming around second as quickly as possible. You try to put yourself in that runner's field of vision as best you can, and when there's a runner at first base, you try to get further down the left field line so he can pick you up quickly as he's rounding second base, and then after he comes to third, you come way down the line toward home plate so you can wait till the last possible instant to hold him up if necessary.
Here comes the 2-2, a fly ball to center field. No problem for Kemp. But Kosuke Fukudome gave Saito a big problem. A big go-ahead RBI single. And the Cubs lead to the bottom of the ninth. We go. It's 5-4.
One moment we were feeling spontaneous.
Surprise, I'm home.
The next, we are happily interrupted. Hey, there's no problem for guys like me with ED. There's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast in as little as 30 minutes for some men and work up to 36 hours. No other ED tablet can do both. Sure, Cialis can work fast, but having up to 36 hours is a great option. And working only when it should means I can respond to Deb only when we're ready. Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away. Why ask your doctor about Cialis? Because when the moment is right, you can be ready.
Welcome to Lowe's. Grills? Sure. I think you're a big eater, am I wrong? We have got a great selection of outdoor furniture. Go ahead, sniff it. Oh, I see you're looking at the Trex. You got everything you need? I'll take that as a yes.
Time to come out of hibernation and head over to Lowe's for all your outdoor living needs.
Oh, hey, Steve. Yeah, got it all at Lowe's. How do you like your steak?
Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Rare.
Here's tonight's Nissan drive of the game, a 4th career home run for Kosuke Fukudome, his first on the road. It was his first at bat in the second inning. So that was a go-ahead home run, and then later in the ninth, a go-ahead RBI single. Two big hits.
Both those hits coming on breaking balls. The home run was a loopy curve ball that he waited on and drove out of here to right field. The base hit there in the top of the ninth was on a slider down and in. Kerry Wood looking for save number 17.
If he gets it tonight, he would have sole possession of the saves lead in the National League. He's trying to save it for Bob Howry. Irony is Howry gave up the tying home run, but he has a chance to beat the Dodgers for the second time. So it's Wood versus James Loney. Bounded foul. After Loney, it's DeWitt and Hu. Those are the scheduled hitters. Base hit into left center. Soriano gets over quickly. Big turn by Loney. He's going to try to get to second. Might be a play. Save! Oh, very close. Big chance taken by Loney, and somehow he got his hand in, and Lou's not going to walk this time. Tying runners at second base. Arguing with Darryl Cousins, the crew chief. Actually, Cousins doing all the talking at the moment.
Throw was a little offline, but it looked like DeRosa got the ball and dove back in front of the base. Boy, too bad DeRosa couldn't have kept that tag on Loney. It looked like Loney did get his hand down on the bag right there before the tag is applied, but then the tag comes off as Loney comes off the base.
I think you're right, but it's so close. Might have gotten his finger in before DeRosa tagged him. Cousins had a pretty good view of it.
Boy, crazy chance there by Loney, man. I mean, you love aggressive play and aggressive base running, but in a one-run game, that was close.
It's Blake DeWitt. Fouled back. Well, give Loney credit. He was thinking double, I think, right off the bat. No hesitation.
Well, and once again, he had Soriano moving to his left. Anytime you have that outfielder moving away from his throwing arm, it's tough to stop your momentum, turn around, make a strong, accurate throw.
Another close play. Tried to pick him off with Terrio coming behind. I think there's going to be a lot of caffeine that'll be ingested tomorrow morning around the Chicago area. Past midnight back home. Cubs hanging on by their fingernails here in the bottom of the ninth with a one-run lead. Pulled way foul. Look out. Ooh, was that Gerald Perry? He just went flying off the top step. The ball hit the barrier right where Gerald was standing. No problem. He's calm now, but he wasn't right there.
Jumps down the 3 steps there. Boy, DeWitt obviously trying to hook that ball to the right side and move that base runner at second up to third.
Got him. That's a nasty slider from Kerry Wood. 1 out.
Just absolutely freezes DeWitt. The distance that that pitch broke completely caught him by surprise. He was so geared up to hit fastball, he couldn't do anything with that slider.
Chin Lung Hu. Slider strike. One for 2, RBI triple and a run in the 5th, sac bunt in the 7th. Tying run is at second base. James Loney getting his lead. Swing and a miss. Good heat at 96. Actually, the board here at Dodger Stadium at 98. We'll split the difference and say it was 97.
It was more than Hu could handle right here. Just rushed it past him.
Little pop up. DeRosa's out. Took a look at Edmonds, who makes a basket catch for the 2nd out.
Oh, man.
I knew they had it all the way. You weren't nervous, were you? Yeah, Edmonds was calling.
Looks it all the way in, catches it with 2 hands, but man, that basket catch scares me to death.
Larry Rothschild out to the mound. Terry Tiffey, a switch hitter, will pinch hit. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director is Dave Turner. Our associate producer is Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager, John Q. Reynolds. Our technical director, Bill Irwin. Executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Jim Corno Jr. Great work by our entire crew here in L.A. And a great ball game, and the Cubs are trying to hang on.
See the career pinch hit numbers for Terry Tiffey. 1 for 4 this season.
One and one. All told, if the Cubs do win, they'll add a half game to their lead in the Central after the Cardinals split a day-night doubleheader. Down to their final strike, 1 and 2. Well, he's given them both looks, the slider and the fastball.
I think you could go either way right here. If you execute a good slider, keep it on the outside part of the plate down, you'll get him. If you elevate that fastball like he just did, he'll probably get it. Oh, that's not what you wanted.
He hit him. The hit batter's been an issue for Kerry. It's 6 hit batters on the year. Now he faces Juan Pierre.
Number 9, Juan Pierre.
No hits for the former Cub. He's 0 for 4. And fake the second.
Well, you don't like that hit by pitch for a number of reasons. Number one, it's a potential winning run in this ball game. Number 2, Terry Tiffey had 4 at-bats all season as a pinch hitter, and it's the first time he's ever faced Kerry Wood.
And he went around. That's a strike.
Normally when the umpire behind home plate points, and
Cubs are trying to become the 3rd team to win on the road here on June 5th, 2008.
making this a lot harder than it has to be. Throw him a fastball up and out over the plate. Let him hit a fly ball to left field. Let's go home.
Two with 2 on and 2 down. He checked it. No swing. And now the runners will be on the move. The thing you worry about here now is not only that tying run Loney, but Tiffey, who will get a head start from first. All Kerry Wood is worried about is Juan Pierre. The 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. How did he take it? They're loaded.
That's about as much respect as Juan Pierre has ever gotten as a batter in this league. Throw him a fastball up and out over the plate. Let him hit a fly ball to left field. Pitch him away, play him away.
Do you think Kemp will see a fastball?
I don't know. Apparently Woody feels good with that slider tonight. Gio feels good calling it. I mean, that's the pitch that he had trouble with back at Wrigley. Of course, that's the one that Kerry occasionally has trouble commanding.
And he has to throw strikes with the bases full. Soto has to be ready to block anything low. Loney at third. Tiffey at second. Pierre at first. 5-4 Cubs in the home half of the ninth. The pitch outside. That was a fastball that time. The 2-0 pitch. Went with a high heat. Got the swing and the miss.
Well, thank you. That pitch well up out of the strike zone, shoulder high. The aggressiveness of the young Matt Kemp does Kerry Wood a huge favor right there on that 2-0 count.
No doubt about it. It would have been 3-0. Ooh, he got it 2-2. Do you stick with a heat or do you go with the slider? A couple of choices.
The book would say slider here, 2-2 against Kemp, but saw him chase a high fastball.
Swing and a miss. He went with a heat right down the middle and he got him. They leave him loaded. Kerry Wood gets the save, and the Cubs win. Cubs win 5-4. And a nice comeback just in that at bat. It was 2-0. And what looked like ball 3, Kemp swung at it. Woody got a pitcher strike on strike 2, and he didn't mess around at all. That was right down the pipe. What a ball game.
Boy, none of them are easy. This had the feeling when it started it was going to be a cakewalk for the Cubs tonight. 4-0 lead, Ryan Dempster cruising, and it turns into a nail-biter.
Normally I like cake, but it's a little bit too much to handle. Tonight's Chevy player of the game is Kosuke Fukudome. 2 go-ahead RBIs, a home run in the second inning on a breaking ball, and then a game-winning hit in the 9th. Also on a breaker.
Well, we talked throughout this course of the winning streak, the 9-game winning streak that was broken up last night, how it seemed to be a different hero every night. The offense was spreading the wealth up and down the lineup, and now Kosuke enjoying some road rockets tonight.
So the Cubs take the lead in the all-time series. And they are 4-0 against the Dodgers here in 2008. Well, that'll do it for our game coverage, but still more to come on Post-Game Live. Stay tuned. Once again, the final score from L.A. The Cubs 5, the Dodgers 4. The winner, Bob Howard. The loser, Takashi Saito. Kerry Wood with his National League leading 17th save. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be next Wednesday night at 7 o'clock back home at Wrigley Field against the Atlanta Braves. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs win.
Had it all the way. Mark Shanowski inside our Comcast Sportsnet studio. Cubs post-game live coming up next. After that, I'll be here for the latest edition of Sports Night. And coming up on that show, we've got all the highlights, post-game reaction as the White Sox get the 3-game sweep against the Royals. Plus, the NBA's best rivalry continues. We'll check in on Game 1 of the finals between the Lakers and Celtics. That's all coming up on Sports Night, but right now, it's Chris Bowden and the president of the Kosuke Fukudome fan club, Dan Plesac. They're standing by with Cubs post-game live after this short timeout.
Need a lift?
Yeah.
Hop in.
Chevy Silverado offers 315 horsepower and the best V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. Better than Toyota, better than Ford.
You too? Get in.
Just announced, qualified buyers get 0% APR financing for 60 months on any 08 Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy Silverado. This is our truck. See your local Chevy dealer or go to ChevyDealer.com.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
We have a code blue.
Code what?
Code blue?
Code blue. Code blue.
Divide by the total sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code blue?
Code blue. The cold activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Code what?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain. First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain, then there is. First there is a mountain, then there is no.
The Toyota RAV4, rated at 27 miles per gallon, you're good to go. Anywhere. It's a great way to keep moving forward.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today. The first ever Pontiac G8. Build your own at Pontiac.com/G8. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by GMC. Engineered to the highest standard. Professional grade.
save, and the Cubs win. Cubs win 5-4.
Just another ho-hum Cubs game here on this West Coast trip. They win the opener of their series in Los Angeles as Bob Howry blew the game, was in position to did not protect that lead for Ryan Dempster, but he ends up the winning pitcher, Kerry Wood, a very exciting National League leading 17 save. And Kosuke Fukudome drove in the first run of the day and the last run of the night as well. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live, or as we like to put it, Lowe's Kosuke Live with Dan Fukudome Plesac. I am Chris Bowden. What do you have to say for yourself, young man? I love the get-up, though.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know, that you go back to the at-bat that Fukudome had. I mean, the first two pitches looked like he was trying to hit the ball completely out of the ballpark. Battled, got a pitch that he could finally hit and hit a ball down through the right side to give the Cubs a lead. A tremendous at-bat, led off the game, started the game off the first run of the game with the Cubs with a solo home run. So this was the Fukudome show, and I guess this says it all.
And it is very well centered over the middle of the head, the number one.
Well, if you're going to do it right, you have to do it the right way.
You might as well, yeah. And Fukudome, as we said, with the game-winning hit, and it came against his old Central League rival, Saito, who just happened to be bobblehead night, and except they're going like this right now in L.A. As we take a look at what happened in that ninth inning. Once the Cubs were given the lead, Kerry Wood on the mound. It was quite the roller coaster ride, but he's able to lock things up. And he leads off here with Loney going slightly into the gap. Could have very well been a single, but Loney decides to go for broke here.
Well, this is really a risky play. It worked out in his favor, a tremendous slide, and this was a correct call. The umpire was right on this play. And then this is right here, Kerry Wood. A terrific breaking ball. This is when it starts to get a little bit dicey. He's able to right here, Jim Edmonds on a ball. It looked like this was going to be one of those in-betweeners. So now it looks like you're finally taking a little bit of a deep breath and things look pretty good. Here on a 1-ball, 2-strike count, this was the last guy that you wanted. You want to definitely get this hitter out. And then Juan Pierre had a terrific at-bat. I don't know how he laid off that breaking ball, but he did. And that set up here just some old-fashioned hardball right here. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. It got a little dicey, but this is what good teams do. This looked like a game. It was 4-0. Dodgers cut it to 4-2. You know, then to 4-3 and tied it. But this is a sign of a good team, particularly on the road where you come back, a game gets tied, and you answer right back in the ninth inning.
A potential heartbreaking loss turns into a pretty exhilarating win for the Cubs to open this 4-game series in Los Angeles. Time now for our Felco star of the game, and it is Kosuke Fukudome. As we said, he got things going in the second inning as Billingsley was really throwing heat tonight, but here he gets around on this one.
Well, he gets a breaking ball right here, 77-mile-an-hour curveball. And this is one of the few things, I guess, from Kosuke that we've yet to see. You know, he's been in that middle 20s home run throughout his career in Japan, and he's yet to really show that kind of power. Had a great start on opening day. But he's been more of a line drive, kind of a gap type of hitter, and this was a huge hit. This one out of RBI that gave the Cubs the lead, 5-4, with terrific at bat. It looked like when he fell behind 0-2 that he was going to get overpowered. Made an adjustment, got a breaking ball to his liking, and found it through the hole of the right side.
Well, setting up all of that was the disappointment of Bob Howry coming in, and the way Howry's been throwing of late, 10 straight scoreless appearances, and got through the first couple of hitters in that eighth inning. But then Jeff Kent is 40 years old, but he can still get around on a pitch. He went deep earlier off of Ryan Dempster, and here he is again right here.
Well, these are almost two identical pitches. The fastball that he hit off of Ryan Dempster early in the game was supposed to be a fastball away that drifted back in towards the middle of the plate. But, you know, you can live with this. You certainly don't like to give up home runs as a relief pitcher, but you have to be aggressive and you have to throw the ball over the plate. And every once in a while, that's going to happen. You're going to run into a barrel of bat. You can't be too fine pitching in that 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. If it was that easy, you just throw pitches all over the place. You have to throw the ball over the plate. I'm sure he was upset about that ball was really supposed to be on the outer third, something starting off the plate, bringing it back over the outer third of the plate, not starting in the middle, running into the inner half.
Not only 10 straight scoreless appearances for Bob Howry, but since May 1st had a 1.53 earned run average. You're going to have nights like this sometimes, and Jeff Kent, as we said, he's still 40 years old, but he can still get around on a pitch. Now, Dodgers starter Chad Billingsley struck out 8 Cubs through 4 innings, but fell in that 4-0. Now, Ryan Dempster made that work as he searched for his first road victory of the season and 8th overall. As we take a look at the pitching recap, says something about the Cubs offense because Billingsley, as we mentioned in the pregame, just a 1.53 earned run average over his last 7 starts, but the Cubs able to get to him over 5. As for Dempster, didn't allow a hit until there was 1 out in the 4th, and then got into some problems at the bottom of the order in the 5th. Then was chased after Kent's first long ball, followed by a walk in the 6th. But early on, Dempster did have it going.
You know, we touched on it a little bit in the pregame show, and one of the concerns that I have is making the adjustment for the previous 2 seasons being into the bullpen. And he's starting to get up there now in innings, and he looked really in complete control. The first 3 innings, he looked as good as he's looked all season long. And, you know, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that this workload, it's a different workload being a starting pitcher as opposed to pitching every other day or a couple of consecutive days out of the bullpen. As these innings start to toll up, this really looked like a game, Chris, after about the 3rd inning, that he was going to be on cruise control, and the Dodgers got to him here in the 5th inning. He started leaving the ball up in the strike zone a little bit, and when he gets a little bit erratic, he's not able to locate his fastball, and it forces him to go to a split finger. Here was a mistake pitch, you know, fastball, but 3-ball, 1 strike count, you know, and that's going to happen. But that ball was supposed to be on the outer half, and it was on the inner half.
And as he was exiting here, Dempster hit the dugout and was none too pleased with himself, accepted a couple of high fives, but then slams his glove and his mitt down. As it turns out, the Howery blown hold right there cost Dempster his first road victory this season. As we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. Our question for the night: what's the biggest reason behind the Cubs' recent 9-game win streak? Your options: the opponents, all in the NL West, the Cubs have dominated. Also, starting pitching, the bullpen, or the offense. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com, click the link to Chicago, go to the Cubs page to cast your vote. We'll have the results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
Hello, welcome to Lowe's. Grills? Sure. I think you're a big eater, am I wrong? We have got a great selection of outdoor furniture. Go ahead, sniff it. Oh, I see you're looking at the Trex. You got everything you need? I'll take that as a yes.
Time to come out of hibernation and head over to Lowe's for all your outdoor living needs.
Oh, hey, Steve. Yeah, got it all at Lowe's. How do you like your steak?
Lowe's, let's build something together.
Rare.
Think back to the last time you had a juicy Johnsonville brat. Remember how they sizzled on the grill? Memories are great.
Honey.
But there's nothing like the real thing.
Nice. I know.
Flavor up with Johnsonville brats.
I first saw this one when I was traveling through Prague. Geico probably thinks this is easy too. Dancing is good exercise. It works my glutes. Okay, America, I'll show you easy.
Ever since there were cars, Americans have had a love affair with the open road. And with quality gasoline and pay-at-the-pump convenience coast to coast, Valero is your perfect travel companion. Valero, the all-American gasoline for the all-American love affair.
How would you like to win a Dream Seat recliner with your favorite Chicago team's logo? Now's your chance. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and click on the Great Escape giveaway icon to register. The Great Escape, the place for all your home recreation needs.
So far ahead, its dual-panel moonroof brings light to everyone. It sees traffic in real time and controls your music seamlessly with your iPod. So far ahead, the rest of the world will have to catch up. Introducing the future of the crossover. Here, now. The all-new 2009 Nissan Murano. With an IIHS top safety pick and a government 5-star rating for side impact crash safety.
Coming up next on Land Rover Sportsnet, all the highlights and post-game reaction as the White Sox completed the 3-game sweep against the Royals. Plus, the rivalry continues. We'll check in on Game 1 between the Lakers and Celtics in the NBA Finals. That's all tonight on Sports Night with Mark Shanowski immediately following Postgame Live. Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot and Who's Not. The Sizzlers, the Reds rook, the Cincinnati Kid, Jay Bruce. Although he was 0 for 4 yesterday afternoon, the Rockies' Todd Helton had a good weekend at Wrigley despite the Cubs' sweep of Colorado. Manny Pera stepping up on the bump for the warming Brew Crew. As for who's chilling, Garrett Atkins did not enjoy his trip to the north side, kept slumping in LA after that. Adam LaRoche in the pits, if you will, for the Pirates, and Aaron Harang. He's won 16 games each of the last 2 years. He's 2-8 so far in 08. Time now for our sweet play of the game tonight, and for that we go to the 5th inning, and it's with Juan Pierre at the plate. And Ryan Dempster still in the ball game. Loops one up here to center. Jim Edmonds charging, and he makes the shoestring catch. Take another look. It's what he's famous for, going back on balls and charging in as well. And that is our sweet play of the game. And as we go to break, once again, we remind you of our Pontiac opinion poll. The question once again, the biggest reason behind the Cubs' recent 9-game win streak is that the opponents all from the NL West. The bullpen, the starting pitching, actually starting pitching then bullpen, and offense. Again, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com, click the link to Chicago, go to the Cubs page and vote. We'll have the results coming up.
And now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Statistics of the Day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
Neil Kotz came in with a tying run at first, 1 out in the 6th, but he got James Loney into the 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. Neil Kotz earning his 2nd hold of the season.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
Honey, if you want to get rid of your gray hair, try my hair color. It's really easy.
Women's hair color can take 30 minutes. Just for Men takes 5 minutes.
No one will notice.
Hers colors every hair. Just for Men targets only gray.
It has ammonia, but it doesn't smell that bad.
Oh yes, it does. Just for Men has no damaging ammonia.
Let's go buy some. It'll only take half an hour.
Yeah, right. The truth is, men need Just for Men. Stay in the game.
Hello, welcome to Lowe's. Grills? Sure. I think you're a big eater, am I wrong? We have got a great selection of outdoor furniture. Go ahead, sniff it. Oh, I see you're looking at the Trex. You got everything you need? I'll take that as a yes.
Time to come out of hibernation and head over to Lowe's for all your outdoor living needs.
Oh, hey, Steve. Yeah, got it all at Lowe's. How do you like your steak?
Lowe's, let's build something together.
Rare.
Want a new TV for free? Who doesn't? Buy any TV, any size, June 2nd through June 15th at Grant's Appliances, Electronics, and More, and it could be free. Pat Hughes here from my good friends at Grant's. Your TV could be free if either the Northsiders or the Southsiders win the baseball championship in October. Digital's coming. Don't wait. Buy now at Grant's. Any Sharp, LG, Samsung, Sony, any TV at Grant's could be free June 2nd through Father's Day. Only at Grant's Appliances, Electronics, and More.
Hey, buy me and get one of these other guys free.
Hey, guys, smile.
I'm blind.
Wow, buy one, get any. That's music to my ears.
You read that, guys? We'll never lose each other.
Is not getting a friend request.
Save me from this. Woo!
Forget these other guys. Get 2 of me.
And when the smoke clears, we shall dance. $69.95.
That was fun. Oh no, this spinning is free.
U.S. Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza. Plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Welcome back. All show long, we've been asking our Pontiac opinion poll the question, the biggest reason behind the Cubs' recent 9-game win streak. You can make it 10 out of 11 now. And 72% of you saying it was the offense. The NL West opponents coming in a very distant second. More Friday Night Lights in Los Angeles tomorrow for Game 2 of this 4-game set when a couple of rookies square off on the hill, and another pitching rematch from last week at Wrigley. Sean Gallagher, his best overall came opposite Hiroki Kuroda 2 Tuesdays ago in the Northside Chill when he scattered 4 hits over 7 innings of 1-run ball. He fouled that up Sunday against Colorado, a career best 8 strikeouts, but he gave up 3 runs over 5 2/3. Like Ryan Dempster, needs to find an answer on the road. His ERA above 7 away from Wrigley, but these last 2 starts, Dan, will hopefully build some momentum for Gallagher for tomorrow night.
I think one of the keys is for him to be able to get his secondary pitches over. Most young pitchers, are pretty successful. They're power-type pitchers, and he certainly has a tremendous fastball. If he can get ahead with his fastball and just mixing enough off-speed pitches with that slider and curveball that he has, and he has tinkered a little bit with the changeup, if he can get one of his secondary pitches over, it will make that fastball look a lot better.
And real quick, Bob Brenly was pretty adamant in talking about Kerry Wood's approach to Juan Pierre. Would you have been a little bit more aggressive, knowing the way Pierre's not going to hit the ball out of the park?
Well,
usually?
one of the things, especially with Juan Pierre, the strength, and from Cub fans that have known Juan Pierre when he played here, the strength of Juan Pierre is hitting the ball on the ground. And if you can elevate the ball, he's going to hit very few balls out of the ballpark. Ideally, elevate the ball, get him to pop it up.
All right, tight situation, but Kerry Wood able to come through his nationally leading 17 save to lock up this 5-4 victory over Los Angeles to open the 4-game series. For Dan Plesac, Chris Bowden, stay tuned for Sports Night next with Mark Shanowski. Enjoy the rest of your Friday morning, everyone.
Home run for Jason Giambi. Giambi's homer helps the Yankees complete their biggest comeback of the season. They rallied from 7-2 down to beat the Blue Jays by a final count of 9-8. Jorge Posada came off the DL, made his first start. He was 1 for the Yankees. As for Giambi, his 4th career walk-off homer and his 2nd career pinch-hit homer.
You dream about this stuff as a kid, and B.J. Ryan, who's one of the best closers in the game. Joe just came in there and said, "Give me what you got," and it was enough.
I think his experience as a DH kind of helps him in that situation because he's used to sitting in between at bats. But obviously, he had a plan when he went up there and he got a pitch to hit and hit a long ways.
Now, Giambi hit that home run against Blue Jays closer B.J. Ryan, who has struggled in his career against the Yankees. Ryan blew his 6th save against New York in 10 chances. He's blown at least 1 save against the Bombers in each of the last 5 seasons that he's faced them. Hey, if you want to throw down fisticuffs, then Major League Baseball will counter with a haymaker. Suspensions handed out after Tuesday night's brawl in L.A. And why Thursday night produced a milestone moment for one Larry Wayne Jones.
The world calls us small business owners.
But really, there's nothing small about us.
We have big ideas. We see huge potential.
We have enormous dedication.
We have larger-than-life expectations, which is why
we and millions of others use Visa Business.
Because we do business with a great big world.
And no other card.
No other card.
And no other card
is more accepted by it.
Visa Business, used for big ideas. Visit visa.com/smallbusiness.
To my crew, to my hero, to my great escape, I just wanted to say, call me.
The new Glide, it's from Samsung. It's for you.
The Men's Warehouse Summer Sale is going on now. Save on a big selection of suits and sport coats, dress shirts, shoes, and sportswear.
Men's Warehouse. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
There are those who dedicate themselves to a sense of honor, to a life of courage, and a commitment to something greater than themselves. They have always defended this nation and each other. They still do. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Papi じゃない？レッドソックスの。
撮ってもらっていいですか？ちょっと待って、デビッド・オーティス？ちょっとみんな、ビッグパピやろ？ビッグパピ。You know Big Papi.
It's that authentic. New era, official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
UEFA Euro 2008 kicks off Saturday at 11:30 a.m. with Switzerland versus Czech Republic.
On Saturday, Big Brown tries to become the first horse in 30 years to win the Triple Crown. The horse's jockey, Kent DeSormo, came close in 98 with Real Quiet. That horse won the Derby and the Preakness. DeSormo sat down with ESPN's Jerry Bailey.
I'm a little stressed out this time. I feel the pressure. I feel the weight of the world. You know, a little bit of insomnia at night, having a little trouble sleeping because I want this to go great. This has got to go great.
In 98, you were quoted as saying you were 98% sure that Real Quiet would win the Belmont and the Triple Crown. Give me a percentage now with Big Brown.
I'm not going to put any percentage on it because I think the only way we can lose is if Big Brown's not healthy.
Let's say he's not healthy. Does that change the way that you go into the Belmont? Does it change the way you would ride him versus if everything had gone well?
No. I think that what I know about him right now, the situation he's in, it's not even going to be on my mind. I'll think nothing of it. I'm going to ride him exactly the same way.
On the line, Kent DeSormo looked in the rearview mirror, nobody was there. He waltzes home to win the Preakness. No one's ever been close to Big Brown.
If things are going smooth and you're rocking along and he's in his rhythm, you even think about Secretariat. You've compared Big Brown to Big Red.
Now you put it in my mind, and I'm thinking, okay, do I let the fans see a horse that can win by 30? Do I have to win by 30 to be immortalized as a Big Red, as Secretariat? Or do I let him win by 3, and will you think just as much of him?
Big Brown, and I include myself in this. Everybody wants to know, what does it feel like to be on his back?
It feels like I'm driving a Lamborghini and you're driving a Chevette. It feels like silk sheets in your bed. It feels like you're on a motorcycle and you're going 150 and you stick your head up over the windshield. I mean, there's just power and grace and all in the same breath.
Apparently it's a pretty good feeling to ride Big Brown. 5:30 Saturday on ABC. That's the Belmont Stakes. Turn to ESPN News when it's over for all your post-race coverage. Marlins and Braves. Larry Wayne Jones is his birth label. We'll call him Chipper. Big night for him. 6-5 Braves in the 6th. And for Chipper Jones, that is career home run. For 400. Braves win the game 7-5. Chipper 4 for 5. That was his 14th homer this season. He's now batting .418. We're already into June. First 4 hitters in Atlanta's lineup won a combined 9 for 20. Braves now 24-8 at home this season. And Chipper Jones, his remarkable season continues. He's also in some pretty good company. Jones, just the 3rd switch hitter to reach 400 career home runs, the 43rd player overall. The other 2 switch hitters, both Hall of Famers, the Mick and Eddie Murray. Baseball has suspended Dodgers outfielder Matt Kemp for 4 games. Rockies catcher Yorvit Torrealba gets 3 games. The 2 got into it on Tuesday night after Kemp struck out on a pitch in the dirt. Both players will appeal their suspensions. Cubs and Dodgers. Chicago had its 9-game win streak snapped on Wednesday night. But Kosuke Fukudome in the 9th. Base hit to right, snaps a 4-4 tie. Ryan Terrio comes in to score. Cubs win this one by a final of 5-4, so that's now 10 out of 11 for the Northsiders. Jeff Kent, his 20th career multi-home run game for the Dodgers. LA left the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th. Cards and Nationals playing 2 in D.C. St. Louis won the first game of the doubleheader. They were up 9-8 in the 10th in game 2, but it would not be a sweep. Elijah Dukes, 2-run walk-off jack. Dukes 4 for 6, 4 ribbies. That was his first home run of the season. He's now over the Mendoza line, batting .203. The Cards had gone ahead in the top of the 10th on a Joe Mather home run. Instead, St. Louis and Washington split the twin bill. Police have found the body of a convicted steroids dealer in the man's North Texas home. David Jacobs and another woman were found dead early Thursday morning. Both had been shot. Now, Jacobs had recently met with the NFL. He gave the league the names of players who allegedly bought steroids from him. Jacobs was sentenced to 3 years probation in May after pleading guilty to steroid charges. As for the shootings, police won't say whether it was a double homicide or a murder-suicide. The NFL released this statement. We offer our sympathy to the families of David Jacobs and Amanda Jo Earhart Savell. Our security representatives interviewed David Jacobs on 2 occasions. We are reviewing the information to determine if there is documented evidence establishing any violations of our program, and will follow up on any other information that is provided. It is premature to comment on any specific player at this time. Anyone found to have violated our policies will be subject to discipline, including suspension. Now, ESPN, the magazine's Sean Assail, has been covering this story. He was on Outside the Lines on Thursday.
What I'm about to say perhaps has no bearing at all in what the tragedy that happened this morning, but he did say to me that he was concerned about going public because, and I'm going to quote now, the kinds of people I have information about, they're the kinds of people that could put a bullet in the back of your head. It was something that he said. I was shocked when he said it. I don't know if he was how much that was still weighing on him, but I know at the time he was highly, highly concerned about the sensitive nature of his material.
Coming up, Big Brown not the only one shooting for a Triple Crown. Why Kyle Busch can achieve a NASCAR first this weekend. And game 1 of the finals is in the books. Boston won. We'll have more coverage from Beantown when ESPN News returns.
Become the perfect weapon. Become Jason Bourne. The Bourne Conspiracy. In stores now. Rated Teen.
Tired? Need energy? Stacker 2 6-hour Power Extreme Energy Shot. Feel it fast. Energy that lasts. Extreme energy. Energy that lasts. 6 hours of power. Stacker 2 6-hour Power Extreme Energy Shots. Available at your local convenience store.
Hey, Mark. The perfect combination of taste and refreshment. We've been expecting.
Where am I?
Beer heaven.
Only one beer is good enough for beer heaven. Miller Lite, the ultimate light beer.
Steeped in tradition and defined by excellence, it's our national championship. One of the grand events in American sport. Win it and forever walk with the greats. Now, the best in the game face golf's toughest test. Who will be crowned the next U.S. Open champion? First and second rounds of the U.S. Open, June 12th and 13th on ESPN.
From the U.S. Navy SEAL inventor of the perfect push-up, the perfect pull-up. With free rush shipping from graduation and Father's Day, the perfect pull-up changes the pull-up bar into a complete upper body machine with 2 design advances. The perfect pull-up's handles rotate with the natural movement of your arms and shoulders. And the perfect pull-up is the first pull-up bar with an adjustable swing arm. Start with a bicep-burning standing row. Rip your shoulders and back with an Australian pull-up. Electrify your arms and upper body with rotational pull-ups. It's 3 exercises in one invention. Your back and lats will broaden. Your biceps will swell. Your entire upper body will be pumped. So here's the deal. The perfect pull-up is only 3 payments of $33. Call right now and get free rush shipping. You'll receive the perfect pull-up adjustable bar and 2 rotating handles. You'll also receive the Navy SEAL inspired workout chart. And when you call, ask about the perfect pull-up ab straps. It's a fantastic graduation and Father's Day gift. Get ripped by the perfect pull-up.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals went to Boston 98-88. The Celtics taking care of business at home once again. They are 11-1 at home this postseason, just 2-7 on the road. For more on Boston's Game 1 win, we go out to Boston where Mike Breen, Jeff Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson called the game.
Meanwhile, finals, often you see these great inspiring performances. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that Pierce inspired his team and inspired the crowd tonight.
Well, absolutely. Willis Reed, when you're talking about a young Knick fan, Paul Pierce did a great job of, you talk about getting injured off of Kendrick Perkins' help defense. Everybody concerned. If you see Paul Pierce going down, gets carried off the floor, Celtics bench alive, and then looking like Muhammad Ali in Zaire. Does a good job of coming back, establishes a rhythm, and then it's my time in transition. Running the lane, knocks down a jumper. Back to back off the penetration of Rondo. Stellar performance by Paul Pierce when they needed it most. And how many wins is that for you guys? That's right, it's one. Pierce finding a way to get it done. Huge in the second half. Offensively, put his team on his back.
So now it's the Lakers' chance to answer back. Game 2 back here in Boston. Not till Sunday. Kobe Bryant and the Lakers certainly will be fired up. But a good start for Kevin Garnett and the Celtics. They take Game 1. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, remember, after every NBA Finals game, make ESPN News your home. We'll carry all the post-game news conferences right here. You'll hear from both coaches and the key players on both sides. The French Open men's semifinals set for Friday. Rafael Nadal will take on Novak Djokovic. That's on one side of the bracket. Roger Federer takes on unranked Gael Monfils. First match begins at 7 a.m. Eastern. On the women's side, the finals pairing already set. Dinar Safina will face Anna Ivanovic. This weekend, Kyle Busch will race in 3 different series on 3 different tracks in 3 different states. Friday, Busch runs in the Truck Series at Texas. Then it's to Nashville for the Nationwide, and finally to Pocono for the Sprint Cup race.
I mean, it's pretty much going to be a busy weekend overall, but you know, being in Pocono, that's the first and primary focus, and being able to get our M&M's Toyota up front and be able to capable of win that race. And we're just going to go run the truck race with J.R. Norris's help over there, and then try to run the Nationwide race with Willie Allen's help. So we'll see how all that goes, and hopefully we have a good time. But being able to do it, you know, it's just something for the fans, something to go out there and do for Billy Ballou, Dollar General, and of course we got to be in Pocono for the Cup event. So something that I characterized myself that I wanted to do, I guess, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, if anyone can make history and pull off the triple header here, it would be Kyle Busch. He's been the surprise driver of the year, and he's been dominant, leading in wins in each of the 3 series. Straight ahead, the Red Sox were in a fighting mood. They couldn't play nice with the Rays and couldn't play nice with each other. And we've got highlights and reaction from Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Celtics win. Top stories on the way.
The Men's Warehouse Summer Sale is going on now. Save on a big selection of suits and sport coats, dress shirts, shoes, and sportswear.
Men's Warehouse. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
They say a man should always dress for the job he wants. So why am I dressed up like a pirate in this restaurant? It's all because some hacker stole my identity. Now I'm in here every evening serving chowder and iced tea. Should have gone to freecreditreport.com. I could have seen this coming at me like an atom bomb. They monitor your credit and send you email alerts so you don't end up selling fish or sin t-shirts.
Offer applies with enrollment and Triple Advantage. When your engine's running clean, you feel it. And no leading conventional oil helps keep engines cleaner than Pennzoil motor oil. So change with Pennzoil and feel the clean. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Imagine changing a child's life with something as simple.
Fantasy Daily Notes for Friday. Detroit's Justin Verlander has showed signs of turning his season around lately, but Friday he faces the Indians and he's 3-6 lifetime in 10 starts against them with a 7.03 ERA. That's bad. Plus Detroit's not scoring any runs. They've lost 3 straight, and over the last 6 games they're batting .220 with 1 home run. Stay away from Verlander. Also stay away from Johnny Cueto of Cincinnati. Yeah, he's won his last 2 starts, but on the road this year, 0-4 with a 7.99 ERA. On Friday, he's at Florida, and the Marlins have hit more home runs against right-handers than any other team. Stay away from Cueto. Use Jason Bergman of Washington if you need a spot guy. And Willie Taveras of Colorado, struggling lately, can't get on base, but when he does get on, he runs. Ben Sheets does not stop opposing base runners. Didn't have any of them thrown out last year, and Taveras is 7-for-14 lifetime against Sheets. Use him there, and be careful of Sheets. 8.84 ERA lifetime at Coors. For more information on setting your daily lineups, visit ESPN.com and search Daily Notes.
The ways to lose. How about this one? Bases loaded for San Diego in the 9th. Scott Schoenweiss plunks Paul McAnulty. That forces in the winning run. The exciting highlight, that is the walk-off hit by pitch. Padres take it 2-1. Bill Parcells indicated Thursday morning that defensive end Jason Taylor will not be traded. Twin shortstop Nick Punto was sent back to the 15-day DL, strained left hammy, and Hurricanes defenseman Glenn Wesley retiring after 20 NHL seasons. He'll move into the front office. Coming up on ESPN News, we are shipping up to Boston. Lakers, Celtics. It's game one of the NBA Finals. At Fenway, the Red Sox get into it with the Rays and with themselves. And why Saturday's Belmont Stakes is a chance at redemption for Big Brown's jockey. Hey there, I'm Anish Shroff. You're watching ESPN News. East is east, west is west, and the twain finally met Thursday night in Boston. It was Lakers versus Celtics, the 2008 version. Short shorts and vintage video give way to bling bling and high definition. We go to the hub for game one of the finals. 11th time Boston and LA meeting in the finals. First quarter, how about Kevin Garnett playing in his first finals? Oh, through the defense, the dunk. KG 16 points in the first half. Ray Allen, the three.
Ceramic fusion. These two powerful minerals are fused to create Kiyosaki's mineral ceramic plates, bathing your hair in conditioning ions, sealing the cuticle, locking in your style, and producing unparalleled shine, which is why professional stylists and celebrities like Carmen Electra can't live without it. So no matter whether your hair is frizzy and coarse, thin and lifeless, or thick and uncontrollable, we guarantee the Kiyosaki Styler will make your hair smoother, silkier, straighter, or thicker and curlier with fabulous luster and volume than it has ever been before. Stay tuned to find out how you can try the Kiyosaki Styler free in your own home for 30 days for just the cost of shipping and handling, and how you can receive this limited time $100 package of free gifts. Enjoy that just stepped out of the salon look every day at home with the new Kiyosaki Mineral Ceramic Styler.
The first time I used the Mineral Styler, I was so amazed at how easy it was to use. It's much smoother and softer and very shiny. I never have such shiny hair.
My hair used to take me 2 to 3 hours to do. I was washing it, drying it, rolling it up in curlers, and sitting under a hair dryer. I have a better life now because I'm not having to go through all those steps to get my hair done. I love it.
Using the Mineral Styler, my hair is shinier than it's ever been, so I love it.
Hi, everyone. Now take a look at this. It's a picture of me when I got here this morning. Now, in less than 15 minutes, using the Kiyosaki Styler, we created this fun, swingy style, and it was incredibly quick and simple to do. So first, I want you to meet two of West Coast's top celebrity stylists, Natalie Miller and Glenn Jackson. Hey, you guys. It's good to see you.
How are you?
With us today, we have Cheyenne and Jessica. Now, they've agreed to be our first extreme hair makeovers. So, Cheyenne, tell me about your hair.
Well, pretty much my biggest problem is frizz. I can never get it as straight as I want.
Well, you know what? Let's see what the Kiyosaki Styler can do for you, Cheyenne, all right?
Okay. So, what does that say? 410 degrees. Let's see if you can feel it. You feel anything?
I don't feel anything.
Isn't that incredible?
That's amazing.
The Kiyosaki Styler is specifically designed not to burn your head. And I'm going to show you how easy it is. You start at the root, and then you just want to bring it down.
Oh.
And you can see it sealing in the moisture. The ceramic plates and the ceramic heaters are staying hot evenly.
Wow, that is awesome.
Check that out, don't you believe that? I can't believe
because it's really, really shiny. I can't even see my split ends now.
I'm telling you, it's because the Kiyosaki Styler has laid the ends down and sealed them.
You know what? It's amazing that you can get your hair so straight with just one pass of the iron.
And you notice too, we're straightening it, but we're not making it flat. It's not, we're not losing the volume. So that's another wonderful thing about the Kiyosaki Styler is that it's 3 stylers in one. You can straighten it, you can curl it, or you can volumize it.
You know, Natalie, you make this look so easy.
It is easy. It's so easy. In fact, Cheyenne, you want to give it a try?
Yeah, Cheyenne, try it.
I'll do it. So you said I just take the Kiyosaki to the root, okay.
And there you go.
Slide it down all the way to the end.
Look at that. Look at those split ends disappear.
You know, this isn't heavy at all. This is awesome.
So Jessica, what are your hairstyling challenges?
Well, my hair is really over-processed. It's real dry and brittle.
So Glenn, tell me about processed hair. How careful do we have to be?
Well, I think you have to be very careful because you've got lots of different colors going on and different strengths of peroxides being used on those colors. So when you're putting an iron on, especially with the heats that some of these ceramic irons can get to, you have to be very careful. The great thing about the Kiyosaki is it has the adjustable thermostat, so she can set that thermostat to whatever temperature is really going to suit her hair. So whether her hair is fine or thick or whether it's been chemically processed, she can regulate that to suit her exact hair type.
Glenn, now we know that the Kiyosaki can straighten hair, but what else can it do?
The Kiyosaki is amazing. I can curl this, we can do flicks out like Farrah Fawcett, and because the plates are beveled on the edges and they're floating, this allows you to bend through and you won't get any creases or kinks on this like a lot of other straighteners do because they're quite square. This will allow you to take it straight through where you just have to give it a little bend and the rest, the iron will do the rest for you.
Very cute.
The wonderful thing about this instrument is that it seals the cuticle down, which basically locks and protects your hair from any of the damages outside, any of the pollution, but that's what gives it the shine and protects it.
Look how her highlights are just popping out.
The cuticles are open, your hair looks flat and dull. The way that the Kiyosaki seals in the cuticle and flattens it and allows the light to bounce off the hair shaft, so that's how you get that beautiful shine. And the other wonderful thing about the Kiyosaki is it's a constant heat. It's not like a lot of the other imitation ceramic irons.
Copper coil and